Nintendo owns CES. The future belongs to the internet. And EA disses Sega. These stories and many, many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Makes him crazy, man.
What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined again by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Excellent. Now, it's been a hot minute since we've recorded one of these because stuff isn't happening, and we've got a tremendous amount of this, but it's time for some obligatory podcast banter. How have you been?
Well, I've been pretty great, Carl. I'm broadcasting from a new undisclosed location. I think you are as well. I can't tell if it's the bathroom or the utility room, but it's one of those.
This is my former office. Now the home of my second daughter, and starting next week, the attic will begin to be renovated into my new office. So hopefully soon, those who do watch the 7 Minutes in Heaven videos will be able to see at least a little bit of what will hopefully be a really cool office space for me. Again.
Indeed. Well, yeah, you haven't moved far. I've moved a little bit further across town. Moved in with my girlfriend, who is a woman of property. So broadcasting from our townhouse.
Sugar mama. Yeah, you're doing good for yourself, Alex. Very nice.
Uh-huh.
She's not going to listen to this, right?
I mean, probably not.
Well, what were you doing in there, Alex? Let me hear. Oh, I don't think that Carl man is not a nice man. You should not hang out with that Carl man.
Indeed. Well, we're all going to meet each other. What is it, next year? Or
next year.
2 years. Yeah, I thought it was next year.
Yeah.
We're all gonna meet each other next year.
It's coming. So yes. Now, okay, everybody, we are heading back 30 years, sort of, to September of 94, because these shows are really not synced to the anniversaries of the months anymore. And to anybody who's listening to this, when the show first started, every episode was sort of in the month. Unfortunately, that has shifted, and I have decided that the episodes will take as long as they need to. I had to sift through over 1,900 pages of printouts just from LexisNexis this month, just for this jump, let alone what I had to do for the 40-year jump. I could shorten that to make the episodes come out more frequently, but to be honest with you, as one faithful listener once said, they consider this show a historical document, and I kind of like that idea. So we're going to keep going in this route. I have been doing a ton of interviews. I finally cashed in my 1 free month of LinkedIn Premium, and I have recorded over 10 hours of interview time this month. Yes.
With how many people?
3 people. Only 3. So Al Nielsen of Sega fame and many others, and also Phil Adam of Interplay and Spectrum Holobyte.
He's a real nice guy. I interviewed him about a decade ago.
Yeah. Super nice guy. Very interesting conversation. 4 people, actually. Gary Bracey of Ocean. Already logged almost 5 hours with him, and we just got to the end of Ocean. So there's more fun coming there. And I also started a conversation with an old acquaintance of mine, Hugh Falk. who was the founder of the Gotcha Awards, the gaming obsession through computer history, which I was one of the voting members for 20 plus years ago. And so we finally got caught up. We were supposed to start recording. We spent an hour and a half just bullshitting and catching up, which was very nice. And so now we have to schedule the actual recording of the interview. That's coming at some point. And I have a few other people who are already lined up for interviews that came out of all my mass mailings. And I'm just waiting to, I'll probably be getting more of those scheduled over the next couple of weeks. So
that is exciting.
Yeah, no, and that's on top of the 3 finished interviews that are already in the can on my hard drive. They just need me to find some time to go in. But my daughter broke her arm 3 weeks ago.
No.
Yeah. It's all okay, no pain or anything, but she's going to be in the cast for another week. And so she's been coming to work with me, and I've been spending a lot of time with her. And that's why last month I literally only got one thing out. And so it's the editing time disappeared, unfortunately.
Hey,
but
life happens. But you're back, baby. All those interviews. And I can't remember. I don't think we talked about this on stream. I think we just talked about this off recording. But when you mentioned that you were part of Gotcha, I was blown away, because way back when I started looking into video game history topics, like all the way back in like 2006, 2007, Gotcha was one of the first things I discovered on the internet when I was just doing searches for things. So I've known about Gotcha for a very long time and had no idea that that was another way that I knew who you were before I knew who you were.
Yes.
I read your Project Firestarter entry.
Project Firestart, Stunt Car Racers, Skate or Die. Basically, if it was an Amiga or C64 game on that list, I was probably responsible for it, because that was my purpose. Everybody else in there was a straight up Yankee, and he wanted somebody with the European perspective. And he found me because, well, there's a reason why my name's not on there. There were some very popular sites where disk images may or may not have been downloadable at the time that my name was associated with.
Notorious Argentine software pirate Carl Curas.
Statutes of limitations are a wonderful thing. Now,
indeed, counselor.
With that being said, oh, don't remind me. I'm overdue on my CLEs, okay, to keep my bar membership. I am going to be spending a lot of time in front of a screen for the next 2 weeks. Okay. With that being said, okay, everybody, you know the rules if you've been here before. If not, when we're talking about September of 1994, we're talking about publications dated September of 1994. In some cases with magazines, especially, this can mean that there's a several months difference between the actual events happening and not, but we use this as a framing device to have some kind of organization for the information that we deliver. All the show notes are in, well, all the references to our sources are in the show notes, and we will also be posting this both on YouTube. Please follow and subscribe there, where you can also watch the video versions of our first segment, the 7 Minutes in Heaven. But remember, on YouTube, the complete set of notes will not be available because it's simply too many words. And also remember that if you want to support the podcast for just $1 a month, you can join the Patreon and come by, say hi, and all that good stuff. I know times are tough, but hey, I'd appreciate it if my wife doesn't get on my case for spending money on hosting that, could go for other things like diapers. So, hey, everybody, help out. Now, with that being said, let's move to the first segment of our show. Before we can turn on the time machine, it's the aforementioned 7 Minutes in Heaven, the part of the show where our esteemed, everybody's favorite co-host must play a game that was reviewed in a publication dated September of 1994 for 7 minutes that they have never played before. And we had some choice candidates this time. We had one of my all-time favorites, Blackthorn, On the Super Nintendo, we had Donkey Kong for the Super Game Boy, an absolute classic. The CDI thing called Hotel Mario, or I should say the best Nintendo-based CDI game, Hotel Mario. Not a high bar.
But it hit it, good for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Psychotron, Death and Return of Superman, Way of the Warrior for the 3DO. Come on, Naughty Dog. They can't do no wrong, right?
Yeah.
Earthworm Jim, the CD-ROM experience, Wolf. Top Hunter, Shockwave for the 3DO. Come on, EA, they're supporting Trip, right? And the almost lost Amiga classic Putty Squad, the Sega CD sequel to Out of This World, Heart of the Alien, and of course, because I'm sophomoric like that, Balls with a Z for the Genesis. But you, sir, you decided to play
Zero Tolerance because I just kind of figure what could possibly go wrong playing a first-person shooter on a Sega Genesis, a very powerful machine.
Who knows? I mean, come on, it's a 68,000 processor. There's been good first-person shooters on a 68,000 processor. Amiga, oh my God. That was a traumatic experience. But we'll get to that soon enough. That's next year's problem. Okay. With that being said, have at it.
It's over, you alien terrorist scum. Uh-oh. Maybe I should have picked door number 3.
Welcome back, Alex, from your 7 minutes in heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Zero Tolerance based on your 7 minutes with the game?
Well, Carl, it's Doom without strafing, without mouse and control, and without 30 to 60 frames per second. It's clear what it wants to be. I mean, first-person shooters were called Doom clones at this time. I mean, they just were. And it's a Doom clone. Doesn't try to be much of anything else, though. It does try to make some adjustment to acknowledge the fact that it is playing on a Sega Genesis.
Yeah, it clearly does that. Now, it does have a few extras, like a whole cast of characters to choose from with different abilities, apparently. Were you able to discern any differences between the characters?
Well, I only played for 7 minutes, Carl, so I only played a single character. The hitboxes were very generous. Now, I'm sure part of that is because you don't have mouse keyboard control, you don't have strafing, you have a low frame rate. So precision aiming in a Doom style game just isn't going to happen here. So I'm sure that's part of it, but I do wonder because the hitbox was very big. And so I do wonder because I chose the character that was the marksman character. So I wonder if I got even a bigger margin of error for hitting things because of that. But I don't know. I don't know if they're just flavor or not.
Gotcha.
That's a good question.
Now, I just happened to open up the manual, and yes, there is strafing.
Okay.
But it's hold down the A key and then move left and right.
Delightful.
But if you hold down the A key and move and press up, you jump.
Gotcha. You see, someone doesn't let me read the manuals before I play these games, Carl.
Yeah, well, because that would make the video version of this, which you can find on YouTube, that much less entertaining. And you can also duck. So things you
I did notice that.
Things you can't do in Doom. You can't duck in Doom. So
that is very
Zero
true.
Tolerance, one step ahead of Doom.
Yeah, and I did duck a couple of times in the video. Like I wasn't doing it for any advantage. It just kind of happened. But I did notice the ducking and the jumping, but I didn't quite get to the strafing. But still, the hitbox was huge. So I do wonder if the marksman had a bigger hitbox.
That is definitely possible. Yeah. I mean, I played this game several years ago. I mean, I'd heard about it at the time, didn't have a Genesis, didn't have access to it, but it was one of the games that I emulated fairly early on when emulation became an option because I just wanted to see what they had done with it. And I definitely got a bit of the hired guns vibe because of the multiple characters. But because it's only one player at a time, I never really gelled with me. And I think that your assessment of it is pretty much the same. It's trying to be something that's not on hardware that it should not be on.
Pretty much. I mean, they do get a B plus for effort because I do get the sense that they understood that they were making a game on a platform they shouldn't be on, and they were trying to compensate for it. So they get a B plus for effort. But yeah, the effort grade is not the important one.
but my teacher always told me that was good. No.
I'm sure you were very good, Carl. Yes.
I was a good boy. I was a good boy. Okay. Yeah, no. And we talked about this in the video version that it felt very European, but Technopop was actually, according to Moby Games, the first American developer to work independently on the Sega Genesis in the US.
Indeed. It's probably in Ken Horowitz's book, because he chronicled everybody, but I don't recall them specifically.
Yeah, they did Spider-Man for the Genesis. That's a well-remembered game. Sure. And there's a Zero Tolerance collection. What's that? Okay, but this is in 2022. We don't need to worry about that anymore. So, all things considered, would you recommend Zero Tolerance to a modern audience?
In a world where Doom exists, I would say go play Doom. End of story.
Sounds perfectly reasonable. So, everybody, you heard it here first. Zero Tolerance. Go play Doom. So then, now that we have the 7 minutes out of the way, it's time to check in with our good friend Ethan to find out what we got wrong in our August 1994 jump in a little segment we call the Department of Corrections.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So, what did we get wrong in our August 1994 episode?
Carl, you're here again, and last time I told you had to make it unexpected for the listeners, but you come in, you do the same old thing, year in and year out. Is that what people want to hear, Carl?
I believe that people find consistency very, very reassuring, and it calms the nerves. It's why they keep going back to watching Friends.
Oh, boy. I was not of that generation.
I mean, I just figure everyone uses this podcast to fall asleep to. So, I mean,
it's got the length and the dulcet tones.
Exactly. So, why throw them off? They're just about asleep. And it's like, wait, it's not supposed to be that way. And then they can't get back to sleep. I mean, we're performing a service here.
Hi, Alex.
Hello, Ethan.
Yes, welcome back to the Department of Correction for August 1994. Carl, your pre-prepared seat is ready. We're very many months behind, but we will continue on as if nothing ever happened.
Excellent. I like that. Pretend
that is the
that
bureaucratic way.
Yeah, pretend I did not just waste an entire month. Thank you.
It's not called wasting, it's called parenting, Carl. Okay, August 1994. So let us start with the Alex comment, and I have to tell a story about magic. Because as Carl and Alex were discussing about Magic the Gathering, the great card game of the era, and speaking about, how well you can really tailor your deck. So I never got into like real deck building in Magic. I just kind of had a out of the box thing, and we played it at the summer camp that I went to. But I had this deck, and it had no way to prevent flying creatures. And there was this guy who had gone in full on a flying deck, and I'm like, the only reason you're winning is because you have these flying creatures. And he said, all right, let's give it a shot. I'll give you my deck and you give me yours, and we'll see if we can't beat each other. And I was absolutely trouncing him for a good while. Like, it was down to basically going to be the last turn before I completely obliterated him. Then he pulled out this card that I thought had absolutely no use whatsoever, and it immediately demolished all my life. It was a fire card of some kind. I can't remember exactly what it was. Flame, whatever they call them, mountains, whatever it is in Magic. But this was a moment in which I was humbled by the strategy of the game. I just had to share this story.
Delightful.
Very cool.
All right, let's get on to the actual Department of Correction. No one's wanted to hear about our memories of stuff, and don't want to look at us as human beings. They're just here for the information.
That's right.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, Carl, I think you're reading a bit much into the Data East pinball announcement, because the company that would have purchased them would have been Sega Enterprises Limited in Japan, so they would have needed to announce it at some point. So I don't think there's really that much significance behind Japan talking about it, even if it was before America, which maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't think there's much to say there.
Okay, yeah, I can't remember if I did make a big deal out of it. Was it?
You did.
Well, if I did, it's because the news reports at the time made a big deal out of it. About the Japanese buying a pinball manufacturer. But that doesn't make any sense because Data East was already a Japanese company.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, there's not that much to that. I just wanted to get on you for your interpretations and things. Next up, as talking about Saturn dev kits, I did really like the observation, Carl, that the Saturn dev kits are going out at this time. But I do have to say that before this generation, there basically was no such thing as an overall standardized dev kit. There were standardized dev kits being made, but it wasn't like you would make a deal with Nintendo and then they'd say, go buy this dev kit. They had an official partner who made dev kits, but that was not the overall standard way to actually develop on their systems. And that extended to Sega and the rest, not that the rest of them really had robust third-party support, but both the NES and the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, I guess that's more than both, did not have, like, a lot of companies made their own dev kits. It was not a standard thing.
Gotcha. Now, I believe Nintendo did have some form of standardized system for the Super Nintendo. It was a modified Apple IIgs setup that they were using, if memory serves me correct.
But I know that most of the American developers made their own stuff, including Sculptured Software, whose documentation is online.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I mean, Sculptured was mainly working on you're talking about their Genesis work, or are you talking about their
Super Nintendo their
work?
Super Nintendo dev kit manual is online, if you want to go look for that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so it was not standard. This was the era in which it was standardized. I know what the N64 dev kit looks like. Sony had a couple different things going on, and the Saturn has its own as well. So, yeah, before this period, it was not an expectation that the console company would provide you a dev kit.
Gotcha.
Next, Alex made a wording snafu. It is not Disney Wars. The book is Disney War.
Fair enough.
Then Carl was discussing something about the Atari ST, and that just reminded me out of nowhere of this periodical called the ST Report, which I just come across in absolutely blind searches for stuff. It seems to be the only thing. It was an online publication. I forget if it was originally called the ST Report, but I know it changed its name at some point to Atari Online News. And it's not just about Atari, but it's one of the few places that preserves like full press announcements and things like that. So I told Carl he should add it to his list. Yes, but yet another publication on
Oh, God. Now it's going to be 5 months between episodes.
Yes, and I have added it to my repertoire, and it was taken into consideration for this episode. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting read.
Yeah, it's pretty like straightforward to the point. It's not like a typical magazine, and it goes, and I think it's even day by day because it's an online. It basically was pulled.
Oh
from
yes,
groups.
there is a lot of pages to this thing. I ended up having to just download it and do word searches because most of the stuff is really not all that relevant, or it's reproduced, especially in the Business Wire archive. Which is on LexisNexis, which is a compilation of almost exclusively press releases from companies. But yeah, this did a really good job of releasing a lot of that stuff.
Then you were speaking of publications, talking about kind of the retro stuff that's kind of going on at this time period in August 1994. And I did want to point out this is also when digital press is starting to get going. And that's kind of the nexus for retro games as we understand them today. Digital press is kind of the font of that.
Very true. Very
true. And they did so many great interviews back in the day.
Yes, indeed. Which we have scoured through as much as humanly possible. And one final thing, patents and law and all this nonsense. The Alpex computer patents, Alex was talking about, kind of what they covered, but you did go off into saying that the patents covered the idea of an interchangeable cartridge system, but that is not what they covered. They did not patent that at all. What they patented was a method for bitmapped graphics.
Fair enough. And that makes sense because I know Fairchild had some patents on the system that they came up with, to do the locking a cartridge in.
Yeah, the design patents.
System. Yeah, exactly. The design patents. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it makes sense that Alpex didn't have that stuff because if they did, then Fairchild wouldn't have patented that stuff. So,
and in fact, in Stephen Kent, to bring him up again, he does actually have some reporting from the court case about the Alpex patents, including a drawing in the margins of a drawing that was made in the arguments being made against Nintendo about the Alpex patents. And that gives you a little bit better of an idea of what the Alpex patents were really covering.
Absolutely. That case still survives. It is sitting in Lee's Summit, Missouri.
We'll get down there one day, or at least I will. Gotta go say hi to Norm.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's all for August 1994, though. The Department of Corrections is at rest. And you will get back to work, Carl and Alex.
Well, as always, Ethan, thank you for your service. And until next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, he's got us on the patents there, for sure. And because they didn't patent the cartridge stuff, which is so kind of funny, because feels like they could have gotten a lot more mileage out of that. But I guess they didn't have the full cartridge part figured out themselves. I mean, the Fairchild people had to do a lot of it too. And maybe that's what made that too confusing. Two companies collaborating together, who exactly gets credit for what on something like that was more jointly developed, maybe got too messy. But yeah, so good shout out there. And I sure hope that we get that case sometime, because it still exists in the Kansas City suburbs, Carl.
Well, any listeners out there sitting in Kansas City, if you want to go out and have a field day and grab us some copies of those, please do. Yeah.
And to be more specific, grab us some scans of those. Please do not rob the NARA facility in Lee's Summit and then try to pass on your stolen contraband to us. We do not need that kind of heat.
Yeah. I'm over here. I really don't care. I'm in Germany, but hey, yeah, Alex definitely does not need that kind of heat.
I think there's an extradition treaty, Carl, and you've got U.S. citizenship.
Maybe if a president was in office that anybody wanted to cooperate with, but yes, let's deal with that. Okay. With that being said, it's time to turn on the time machine and head back 30 years to September of 1994.
$4 billion a year business.
1994. Information superhighway.
Welcome back to September of 1994. Alex, what's our first headline?
Well, Carl, looking at the business news, Street Fighter loses its luster.
Capcom stock has taken a beating as the downturn in the console market and its over-reliance on Street Fighter II variants has seen its inventory of unsold carts at its U.S. subsidiary jump to 1.65 million units as of the end of March. The Japanese parent company has seen its stock drop from 9,000 yen at the beginning of the year to just 2,750 on September 5th. In the last fiscal year, Street Fighter II games accounted for 57% of the company's revenue, and the last entry, Super Street Fighter II, has fallen well below estimates. Sales of the previous fiscal year, which ended March 1993, were $869 million, while sales for the latest fiscal year, ended March 1994, were just $633 million. Income fell even further from $35 million to just $8 million. Sales of Super Street Fighter II had been estimated at 3.8 million carts, but only 2.25 million have shipped, and projections have been lowered to 2.9 million, with sales especially sluggish in Japan. Capcom is hoping that the launch of an anime film in Japan, a Saturday morning cartoon in the US, and a live-action movie that they finance wholly themselves later in the year will rekindle interest in the brand. They are also preparing a wide variety of new games, including Disney licensed titles, a new Mega Man, and investments in next-gen console games. But investors are afraid that the company's move into much bigger and more posh facilities may be a sign that the company is recklessly spending and may be overtaken by rivals.
For Capcom, the day that Street Fighter failed to perform up to expectations was the most significant day in their history. For the wider financial world, it was Tuesday. Good luck on that movie.
Beautiful.
Helping you out, guys.
Or that USA Network Saturday morning cartoon. That's also. Goodness. Did you ever see that?
I'm trying to think. I certainly never watched it like as a regular occurrence. I may have caught an episode at some point, but not to remember it.
Yeah, it was really bad. They basically turned it into G.I. Joe with all of the fighters being in a special ops thing. It was really bad. It was the same block of cartoons that also had, what was it? It was Wing Commander Academy, Street Fighter 2, and there were.
I will hear nothing bad about Wing Commander Academy, sir.
No, Wing Commander Academy was great. I mean,
okay, just to be clear.
No. I am a big I was a big fan of Wing Commander Academy. A little disappointed that they still went with hand-drawn ships. I mean, that was really just begging to be CGI ships. But no. I mean, no, that was actually a really good adaptation and probably the best use of prequel of the concept of prequels. But yeah. Which I'm normally not a fan of, but it really worked there. But oh well.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that they made the cartoon like G.I. Joe, because in this exact same time period, they also released the Street Fighter G.I. Joe action figures.
Yeah, and there's gotta be a reason for that. There has to be. But yeah. But just on the financial numbers here, Capcom really, really, really has fared so far better than most in the 16-bit downturn, what you have wonderfully coined the crash that almost was. At the end of the 16-bit era, most companies, and we'll talk about a few more of them today, but there were a lot of reports of companies hurting really bad from this downturn in the 16-bit market. And Capcom had Street Fighter 2 to fall back on. And unfortunately, and if you want more on this, please check my interview with Joe Morici, who was one of the top guys at Capcom USA at this point. That really was sort of the thing keeping them afloat. They got a lot of other products in the pipeline, especially their deal with Disney. More on Disney in just a moment. But it's going to be their jump to next gen. Their jump to the PlayStation is really going to pull their bacon out of the fire.
I mean, they, according to people that were there at the time, they came very close to having to file for bankruptcy. Capcom did. And they had advisors in that were in Japan, I'm talking now, that were giving them advice on how they should restructure their business. And then a little game that was just kind of chugging away under the radar called Biohazard came out, and is probably the reason they're still at Capcom today, quite frankly.
Oh, definitely, because it sure as hell wasn't Street Fighter the movie. Yes, I was working at Seattle Funplex when they first rolled that in, and I just remember all of us gathering around it and wanting to play it and being like, "What the fuck is this?" It was not good. Oh, a little side note here. The Mega Man cartoon also premiered the first week of September in the US. And the series was made by Ruby Spears, which also made the Dragon's Lair cartoon that premiered exactly 1 decade earlier.
Delightful.
Yeah, we talked about that on our previous episode, the September 1984 episode. So I thought it was a nice callback, a nice little bring it all around. By the way, just as a side note, I've started rewatching the original Dragon's Lair cartoon with my daughter.
Oh my!
Yeah, because I'm starting to get her into D&D. She has her own dice now. She's played a little bit in the D&D class I teach at the university, and she's totally getting into it. And I have to say, okay, the dialogue writing and the pacing of the episodes are terrible, but quite literally a lot of the episode plots could be D&D plots. I mean, they took the individual scenes from the Dragon's Lair Laserdisc, which I only had a vague notion of as a kid, so I didn't connect them. But since I know every scene in that game nowadays, they're taking the individual scenes and just making whole new stories out of them. So it's like the Lizard King has his own lizard empire and whatever else. And then the smithy, there's this whole background story of who the smithy was and why he's now this bronze character and blah, blah, blah. They really just took each individual scene and turned it into its own standalone adventure. We're like 5 episodes in and Singe only shows up in the first episode. So it's actually, I mean, had they just had a slightly better dialogue, oh my God, the dialogue is bad, but it's D&D for 5-year-olds and it works. She's like totally, Good stuff.
No, that's great. And that's definitely a clever way to do an adaptation on something like that, which doesn't really have a lot of lore behind it. It's pretty thin,
Exactly.
but taking the scenes and extrapolating lore, I love that. Well, while the cartridge market may be suffering, there are other media markets that are definitely on the upswing as CD duplicators expand their offerings.
The growing number of multimedia startups are filled with technologically accomplished programmers and artists creating cutting-edge CD-ROM products, but many are at best novices in the wily world of marketing physical goods. Enter the CD duplicators, which have not only embraced making CD-ROMs in addition to regular audio CDs, but are now beginning to provide consulting services to those fledgling companies on everything from CD artwork to packaging. How thick should the corrugation of the cardboard on your box be? What kind of shelf space will be compatible with your packaging? All these questions and more can be answered by these manufacturers for a fee.
Indeed. I mean, it's the start of that CD-ROM boom, and those companies already in the audio CD business are like, there sure are a lot of these CD-ROMs starting to be sold, because we've had The Seventh Guest, we've had Mist. We're to the point where there have been some killer apps that have been driving adoption of CD-ROM drives, and so now we're starting to see the follow-on. Now that those CD-ROM drives are being adopted in larger and larger numbers, we're starting to see the market respond.
Oh, definitely. And these guys have just gone through the boom of the CD box set, which was also a big thing in the early 90s with, these deluxe, the tracks that didn't make it into the album. And those were being released in more complex boxes. So these manufacturers who you'd think, they know how to put stuff in a jewel case, they actually have that experience now on site and in-house, and they're now just selling it off to these startups, to basically Silicon Valley startups, which is what most of these CD-ROM companies are.
Absolutely. And it's not only the legal side of the business that is exploding, Carl, as CD piracy explodes in Hong Kong.
Cheaply produced, pirated CD-ROM software from China has exploded in Hong Kong. The high-tech bazaars like the famous Golden Arcade have quickly been inundated with these discs that can sell for 50 times their manufacturing costs. The South China Morning Post spoke to one such vendor who said that they would be moving exclusively to CD-ROM once the last of their floppy disk inventory was gone. The U.S. has demanded the closure of 26 CD factories in mainland China that they claim are producing 75 million discs a year, 25 times China's internal demand. The disc piracy has also now become a major sticking point in China's attempt to re-enter General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, but China has rejected attempts from outside to deal with the issue, instead insisting that copyright holders alleging infringement need to go through Chinese courts. All the while, the rise of the discs, which sometimes come with replica documentation or include multi-program discs, have all but gutted the legitimate software market in places like Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, I actually remember this. I mean, I don't know if I remember it from 1994 or a couple years later, because this is an ongoing issue, obviously. But I remember the stories, at the time of all of the Chinese copying of CD media. It was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and this is still the era where you can't do it at home yet. This has to be mass manufactured. It's similar to what we talked about in like 82, 83 in the UK before, the dual cassette players came out. There was a legitimate market, there was a economically feasible market for mass organized production of pirate copies of stuff. Once the drives come in, that'll pretty much, once everybody has a CD burner at home, that kind of kills this. But it's really kind of insane. Now, have you ever heard of the Golden Arcade before?
I do not believe so.
Now, this is one of several similar structures, but this one is ultra famous. It's still there today. And what it is like a 4 or 5 story building. And it's just these very narrow little walkways, corridors with essentially little stands set up on the left and right of the corridor where they just have it's jam-packed with high-tech stuff. I included a link to a walkthrough of it from a few years ago in the show notes. It's fascinating because it took me back to some of the places I knew in Argentina. It was never that compact just for high-tech stuff. But it really it was like a blast from the past of what we would call a galeria in Argentina. But this is just much more compact than even that. And it's all tech stuff, and then some anime stuff here and there. And it was just weird. So I thought it was really cool just to get the flavor of what a place like this was. Or is.
Absolutely. While, of course, in the United States in this period, retail locations for electronics are only getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Case in point, Best Buy expands.
Electronics and software discounter Best Buy has announced plans to enter the Southern California market with 7 stores to be opened by Christmas. Each will be 58,000 square feet, and unlike other major retailers like Good Guys, Circuit City, or Warehouse, each of the stores will carry both hardware and massive software inventories.
Yeah, let me tell you, this story hits home for me because, boy, in the mid-90s, my absolute favorite store was Best Buy. And it was right about in this time period. I don't know exactly when, but yeah, it was right about here in 94 that there had been a Best Buy in my community, Illinois suburbs of St. Louis. And then they opened what they called a superstore, which is what all Best Buys are now. But back then it was called a superstore. And I remember at that time, they had always had like a decent PC inventory. But at that time, they started offering console games as well, which Best Buy, at least in our area, never had done before. And so it literally became my one-stop shop for pretty much everything in the mid-1990s.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, and the big thing here that it was going to have both hardware and software in large quantities.
Yeah,
was a sea change. I mean, up until this point, you went to Circuit City if you wanted the PC, and they'd have some games and some software, but then you'd have to go to Software Etc. or Electronics Boutique or someplace like this to actually have a decent selection of software. And having it all under one roof, especially, and for example, our European listeners, this is sort of the impact of this isn't quite as easy to grasp, because in the US, when you're going shopping, you're usually going to the shopping mall. So it's okay to have, your Software Etc. and a hardware store inside the same mall because it was one driving destination, because you have to drive everywhere. So if you got to get in the car and go someplace, if you go to this one stop, you're not driving to another store to see what software they've got over there. This becomes the end all be all. And of course, Best Buy was great at, setting up the demo consoles, having a couch in front of the TV with the games playing. And then, you just sit there for hours and just hang out. Yeah, that was this experience. And of course, then you could also just buy your refrigerator, your dryer, whatever else, your big stereo system. Everything was under one roof.
Yeah, I mean, it was such an incredible place, and of course, they exist still today. But it is not the same in this era of online retail. But man, Best Buy was my jam in this time period. Definitely noticed this expansion firsthand.
Yeah.
While retail is experiencing success in the US, however, there are some problems across the pond as Woolworth UK hit hard by a drop in computer software sales.
UK retail giant Woolworths just reported a massive drop in their profits from £2.1 million last year to a loss of £6.9 million as a result of a downturn in computer game sales, which left the retailer with excess stock which had to be heavily marked down to clear.
Yeah, I mean, this is a major thing that's going on in the United Kingdom and probably to a lesser extent Europe as well as this time, which is basically that the Amiga and the ST, for those who still care, have really reached the end of their natural lifespans. But unlike in the United States, the PC and games on the PC have not really picked up that slack. They never made that transition to that system. So, the big story in this period on the console side is going to be how PlayStation just comes to massively be successful in Europe. And a big part of that I've seen in some articles and whatnot is that Sony takes advantage of this kind of glut in the market, which really hurts what remains of the local publishing and distribution, and basically is able to come in and just take over a large portion of UK game software distribution, which gives them the infrastructure they need when the PlayStation comes in to just flood the market.
Well, it's that and a couple other things. What we also have to remember, these are numbers that are heavily influenced by Christmas of 93. It wasn't just the Amiga and the ST. It was also the ZX Spectrum and the C64.
Sure.
They were still a factor and then suddenly were not a factor. And there was the transition into Sega Mega Drive and Super NES software, which I'm guessing is also somehow mixed in here. And that has also slumped. We've talked about it last month, and there were also several articles this month about how the kids in England are just tuning out to games in general. And Sony coming in and really taking over England is in part because of this, but also remember, which company did they buy? Psygnosis. Mm-hmm. This is the company that if you wanted glossy, if you wanted impactful software, especially on the Amiga, it was always Psygnosis software. It wasn't necessarily the best playing, but it was always impactful. And these guys are so entrenched, and they are the home team. The English press are going to be promoting them. I mean, Wipeout, Demolition Derby, Lemmings 3D, Discworld. There's a lot of software that's all going to be basically labeled as Psygnosis software, even though they're just a publisher. And even though they're already owned by Sony, it's still, this is the home team. And it's going to give them a huge head start there.
Exactly, especially as they tie into house music culture and whatnot as well, which is becoming so big in the clubs in the UK. But we'll get there in due time. Woolworths, though, is not the only company in the United Kingdom seeing some difficulty here as Rhino sees slowdown.
Rhino Group, the UK company that operates the Rhino computer and video game store chain, as well as the Future Zone and Downspace stores, reported losses. The company chairman stated that the Rhino chain had grown from 27 stores to 90 stores over the last year and expected to have 110 stores going into Christmas of 1994, but that the UK video game market has shrunk by about 14% so far this year, but it has not been consistent across all product categories.
Yeah, UK market's in trouble. It really is. And, this, just tying it into bigger picture again, this plays very much into some of the disaster that Sega is starting to see internationally as well, because Sega Europe is going into the red amongst all of this slowdown.
Exactly. And comes after it, I believe it was in 1993, and we reported on this that they bought out Virgin's a mistake in the distribution of the Genesis. So I mean, they're carrying all of this now.
Yeah.
And Branson's just like, sure, you guys want it? Have it, Yeah, he got out in time. And and this console transition is just going to be a huge pain in the ass.
Oh, it's absolutely brutal. And just so nobody forgets that this is not just a UK phenomenon, but is truly an international phenomenon. We also see that video game slump hits Wong.
Wong, the massive Hong Kong manufacturing conglomerate, reported losses in its Kong King international subsidiary of $47 million compared to a profit of $19.8 million the previous year. Turnover dropped 17.5% to $553.8 million. Revenue for the manufacturing division dropped 52%, affected significantly by the decline in video games.
Indeed. There's a glut in the market and everyone's pulling back, and it's hitting everything from retail to distribution to manufacturing to publishing all along the chain. We're seeing stories here about how companies are being affected by this pullback in the market.
Yeah, and there are other sectors that are picking up. I mean, PCs are picking up, but we're going to have a story later on about how those are not going to create the margins that are necessary for this.
Exactly.
And I mean, the margins should be really good at this point because this is the end of the console cycle when all the manufacturing should have gotten cheap enough that each additional unit was giving you even at lower price points, was still giving you a larger return. Percentage wise than at the beginning of the console market, but it's just the collapse of this market is taking away that last gasp of profit taking.
Absolutely.
That should be there.
So, of course, this is the perfect time to get into the video game business, Carl. At least that's what one toy company thinks, as Playmates shifts to games.
As the last great action figure line, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, begins to peter out after 7 years, Playmates, the maker of said toys, is pivoting to video games. They are putting a $2 million ad campaign behind their first major release, Earthworm Jim, with potential TV and merchandise licensing deals in the works. The company admits, though, that they still don't quite understand the business with its very different product life cycles. Will games be able to reach the lofty heights that the once $600 million TMNT business hit?
Oh, you sweet summer child.
Yeah. They're also going to publish the PC port of Battle Arena Toshinden, so there's a thing.
Yeah, it's the wrong time to be getting into the business, especially when you don't understand the business. I mean, it is a bit of a move of desperation by Playmates because they had that golden goose for so long with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it's just not there anymore. And of course, it wasn't their IP. You know, they had the rights to the toys, but they never had the rights to the video games. They never had the rights to other merchandising because it was never their IP. And so when they had this opportunity to potentially have another franchise in Earthworm Jim made by Interplay, but published by Playmates, where they could call the shots and maybe they could have the IP bonanza that was TMNT and control all aspects of it instead of just that one toy aspect of it. That seemed like a pretty great idea to them. But of course, there's a lot of reasons why that's not going to happen. But one of them is quite simply that market is kind of burned out too. You know, the toy market responded to the video game boom by moving, as we've talked about in many of our 1980s jumps, our 40-year jumps, back into this merchandised to the hilt action figure lines. And that model is really playing out at this point as well. And so it's kind of too late to turn Earthworm Jim into some kind of multimedia phenomenon either.
Yeah, I mean, making a cartoon to quickly promote a action figure line. I mean, we're going to get G.I. Joe Extreme around this period of time, is just not the model. And well, what are you going to get cartoons of? Well, Wing Commander Academy, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Mega Man. There's going to be a slew of those hitting, and none of them are really going to grab people's attention. Instead, what you're going to get is those big comic book superhero ones. I mean, X-Men, Spider-Man, Batman, the animated series, those hit big because those are coming out of the newfound popularity for those characters through live action movies and the speculator boom in comic books.
Absolutely. We're also seeing some consolidation in the American industry as software. Oh, wait, they've already bought them. This is just the name change. Never mind.
Yeah, we reported on the purchase back in the May episode, and this was just the change of name. So.
Yes. Meanwhile, while Playmates tries to come up with new brands, a familiar face in the industry tries to rebrand itself as Software Toolworks becomes Mindscape.
Software pioneer, the Software Toolworks, has decided to change its corporate name to Mindscape Inc., the name of the publisher it purchased back in 1990. The name is meant to avoid confusion as the company plans to distance itself from its prior image and logo to be better suited for a more console and game-heavy output.
Which I can see why. I mean, Mindscape is, I think, the more well-known name only because it was found on console games, and console games are made in greater numbers. It's not that Mindscape ever did much of anything worth anything in the console space, but it is the more recognizable name. Software Toolworks is a kind of antiquated name, and it speaks to a certain kind of cerebral game like Chessmaster that is just not where they're going in the console market. So I can see why they would drop the Software Toolworks name at this time.
Well, and especially the old Software Toolworks logo of, a guy on a carriage. I think it's got like barrels on the back and is being pulled by a horse. It's like, this is not screaming cutting edge futuristic software.
It was a peculiar little company. Software Toolworks, for sure. Meanwhile, on the personnel side, a couple of media moguls making some big changes. First of all, Strauss Zelnick to head BMG.
Former head of 20th Century Fox and current head of video game developer Crystal Dynamics will be moving over to Bertelsmann Music Group, where he will lead the company's U.S. music and interactive operations. Yeah, and we just talked about this a few months ago when he moved into Crystal Dynamics. He hasn't been there for that long. I mean, less than a year, I believe. And Crystal Dynamics is primarily set up to be a 3DO developer. They've already announced now some ports, I believe, at CES. That some of their software is coming to other platforms. But this move over to BMG is kind of a big deal. I believe there's a relationship between BMG and Crystal Dynamics. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Was BMG distributing,
I believe
publishing?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that they were handling marketing and distribution in non-US markets.
Gotcha. And so, obviously the BMG connection, Strauss Zelnick is still going to be there when through various purchases, moves, blah, 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 blah. He is now, what is he, head of Take-Two at this point?
Yeah, so it's not a straight line, but I think it has to be because of this relationship here that he ended up doing that, because Take-Two buys out BMG well before Strauss Zelnick has anything to do with Take-Two Interactive. But after there are problems with the management of Take-Two, Strauss Zelnick is installed as the head of Take-Two, which is not because he was already working with the company, because I'm not sure that he was, but I think because they had that previous familiarity through all of this, because BMG Interactive was purchased by Take-Two, and all of that stuff. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what all the corporate shenanigans there are, because I haven't researched it fully, but yeah, this is certainly a step in his path to becoming CEO of Take-Two, which he becomes in 2007, and he still is to this day.
Yeah. One of the most important people in the industry. So, yeah, this is the beginning of his true ascent in video games. Granted, I mean, he was already head of 20th Century Fox. I mean, this guy was already media mogul type of character. So,
absolutely. And while some go up, others go down as Katzenberg out at Disney.
A very public falling out between Disney chairman Michael Eisner and longtime collaborator Jeffrey Katzenberg has rocked the company. Several divisions of the company are now in turmoil, including the animation department, the Broadway theatrical production arm, and the interactive entertainment arm, which were all headed up by Katzenberg.
And for more on that, just read Disney War, singular, as I was reminded, which goes into all of these crazy shenanigans. But, basically, like, is it a coincidence that this is about the time the Disney Renaissance ended? I don't know that it is.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a good argument to be made that Katzenberg was the secret sauce that made that possible, and his leaving to co-found DreamWorks is going to also create the largest competitor Disney has ever faced up until this point in this business. Now, the reason I included it here was primarily because Katzenberg was also in charge of the interactive entertainment department. They had already started publishing a whole bunch of CD-ROM products, primarily, activity sets and things like this, but they had also started working on a bunch of smaller kid-friendly products. There was a Beauty and the Beast tie-in product full of mini games and stuff like that.
I hear that coming up in Christmas 1994, there's going to be a Lion King activity CD-ROM that will be the absolute hit of the season with all the children, Carl. Can't wait till we get there.
Yeah, that's definitely coming. But the fact that Katzenberg isn't there to provide his touch now, would his skill set have translated well over into interactive media? I have no idea. DreamWorks, I mean, they do become a publisher of games. That's part of the original founding plan of the company, and they do end up doing quite a bit, but I don't know what Katzenberg's role in that is over at DreamWorks. So that would be something to look into. If any listeners have any insights on that, it would be really cool, because if he was largely responsible for the DreamWorks output, I mean, we get, what is it? Medal of Honor, it comes out of DreamWorks. Is it Medal of Honor? Yeah.
Yeah. But he really was not involved in that side of thing.
Okay.
For those that want to know more about, so for those that want to learn about Katzenberg leaving Disney, consult Disney War. For those who want to learn more about what was what at DreamWorks, including a little bit of information on the video game side of things, I would recommend The Men Who Would Be King, which is a pretty good journalistic history of the early years of DreamWorks.
Gotcha. Ooh, that would be fun. That would be fun to read. I mean, yeah, a very appropriate title, because they tried. They tried.
And yes, and this time I am not getting my plurals mixed up. It is not The Man Who Would Be King like the Kipling story. It is The Men Who Would Be King.
Gotcha. Yeah, and yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking up the list of games that they were involved with. And yeah, then I saw Small Soldiers. Damn, that movie still gives me nightmares. Okay. If you haven't seen it, yes.
Moving on, we do have just a little bit of coin op news. First of all, BattleTech centers go online.
Actors Judge Reinhold and Cheech Marin were on hand at the opening of the newest Virtual Worlds Entertainment Center in Las Vegas. The main attraction of the facility, part of what used to be the BattleTech Center chain, was their new SightLink technology that allows players at one location to take on players at another location. Reinhold and Marin sparred against journalists at the Los Angeles Center. The network game adds an extra $3 surcharge on top of the normal $8 for a 10-minute game, but gamers will be able to choose which facility they want to fight against. While no video chat will be available during the matches, video chat pre- and post-game will enhance the community. The service will be available soon at all 5 Virtual World centers. Tim Disney, the chairman of the company and grandnephew of Walt Disney, was to give a presentation via video chat at the event, but couldn't due to technical difficulties.
Nothing like promoting your internet-enabled technology by having a failure for a virtual video chat due to technical difficulties. Sure, this will work great. But, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, coin op is in whatever form. I mean, I know this isn't strictly coin op, but location-based entertainment, let's call it that instead, is really trying to come to grips with the fact that it's not enough to just have games with somewhat flashy graphics or whatever anymore, because the home is catching up too quickly. There are a lot of activities in this period, whether it's around VR, whether it's around these kind of more elaborate interactive games and whatnot, to try to figure out how do you keep having location-based entertainment in this new era. And the internet is another thing that is now playing into this as well. I mean, we're getting kind of into the edge of the .com boom here. Not quite there yet, but getting close to it.
Yeah, we got a lot of stories about this thing called the internet today. And, how to use it for commercial ventures, including games, is one of the big questions on everybody's mind. And so these guys trying to connect BattleTech centers or expand BattleTech centers beyond just doing BattleTech with multiple games is the way that they're hoping to keep this concept alive.
Absolutely. Then we have a changing of the guard at one of the more venerable firms in the industry, as the Nicastros to co-CEO, WMS.
WMS Industries, parent company of Midway, have announced that their board of directors have named WMS president Neil D. Nicastro to the position of co-CEO with the company's chairman, Louis J. Nicastro.
Who, of course, is his father. So this is the beginning of a passing of the torch to the family business. Nicastro, Louis Nicastro, is getting up there in years, and he's bringing his son along behind him.
Yeah. And just the idea of this family business in this coin op industry, it just feels right for coin op, I guess.
Indeed. Though, of course, Williams, WMS, whatever you want to call it, a company with a great many corporate shenanigans, for sure. The Nicastros don't go super far back. Well, I mean, he's been involved with the company since the 60s, but he was a banker. He didn't come up in the business like the Gottliebs and the Williams and the Stearns of the world. But has definitely been in it a long time now, and clearly the family wants to stay in that business in some form or another moving forward. And finally, we end our brief look at coin op news with the end of a legend as Arnie's place closes down.
Arnie K., the flamboyant arcade operator who has spent the last 12 years in court battles with the Westport, New York Zoning Commission, has decided to call it quits. The years of harassment by the local government and the drop in business have led Arnie to sell the business, and it will be moved to another town an hour away by its new owners. Now, we've talked about Arnie's Place in our 40-year jumps. This is an arcade that, this goes back to that golden era, if you will, of arcades are going to kill your children or whatever. And he was just very, very flamboyant. Lots of, big events and protests and so forth. And one of the things that I hadn't done during our 40-year jumps was try to find a picture of this place. And there were pictures now in this New York Times article, and then I started Googling it. Have you ever seen a picture of the inside of Arnie's Place?
I don't believe so.
Oh my Lord. Now, you might, when I think of arcades, I think of the dingy places in a mall, dirty floors, bad lighting, blah, 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 blah. The kind of places I felt home in.
Yeah.
But this was all pine wood paneling. Each cabinet was in this housing that was a big of rounded thing, super well lit. There were pool tables as well. Just the look of the place is phenomenal. I put some links to stuff where there were photos available, but if you just Google Arnie's Place and do an image search, this is like the most wholesome, imaginable, most expensive setup I think I've ever seen for a straight up arcade. I mean, your Chuck E. Cheese's had, the electromechanical figures and stuff, but this was just like, wait, you guys wanted to drive this guy out of business? Holy Moses. It makes sense now that inside the industry, there's a lot of, how could you want to get rid of Arnie's Place?
Right.
It just doesn't make any sense because this is as wholesome as it gets.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have some CES coverage coming in, late breaking, because, of course, we do go, as we said, by the dates on the magazine. So even though the CES is a ways in the past, we're still getting some coverage here in September as Nintendo owns CES.
Oh, yes. Edge magazine reports from CES and confirms the reports that Nintendo stole the show, but is also quick to point out that the win is owed exclusively to Donkey Kong Country, as the other titles on the show floor, Stunt Race FX, and Super Punch-Out were not barn burners. Even the behind closed doors demos of Cruisin' USA, which Edge poo-pooed unfairly in my opinion, and Killer Instinct, which they felt was unoriginal but still impressive looking, couldn't make up for the fact that there doesn't seem to be much in the pipeline for console gamers this coming Christmas. Note, and here, let's deal with this first because there's a ton of other stuff to talk about, but
absolutely. No, I was just going to say, sometimes all it takes is one. This is a year of transition. Sega and Sony are launching their new consoles in Japan at the end of this year. Nintendo is trying to get their console ready for 1995. Spoiler alert, nope. But so we are in a transition period. So it is a bit of a down year, which doesn't help how things are going generally. But of course, they have that one. They have Donkey Kong Country, and sometimes all it takes is just one.
Yeah, that is very, very true. I believe it's for Donkey Kong Country 2, or is it 3 that they introduced the tagline, the Super NES, the console that keeps the hits coming, or something along those lines. And yeah, that's the one thing that they're trying to promote, or it's the one thing that they've got. Now, Edge also reports on the slightly improved prospects of the 3DO lineup, with FIFA, Road Rash, Gex, Need for Speed, Return Fire, and Samurai Showdown really impressing. And Atari was still trying to promote the Jaguar, making attendees don a red and white headband before being allowed to play Kasumi Ninja, which led the stand to be empty until they replaced the game with Iron Soldier. The $200 Jaguar CD was commented to look like a toilet once again, and Edge mentions a recent European press event at which one of only 3 prototypes of the drive in existence, quote, blew up, end quote, while Sam Trammell was demonstrating it, and there were still no games to be seen. So, this weird time when you've got 2 consoles on the market. I mean, we're not going to count CDI, which ostensibly are next-gen consoles, going up against the 16-bit machines, but, they're just almost non-starters as far as software is concerned. The 3DO's finally getting some games that might be really, really cool, but, it's too little too late. The price is still too high, and while Sony wasn't on the floor, they were showing off PSX demos, but only to the Japanese press at CES and off-site. Sega had some early demos of 32X software running in a niche, but no full booth because, as we've said, they're already placing all their eggs in the E3 basket. But the fact that they only have some demos running of the 32X games, which are supposed to be out in time for Christmas, is not confidence inspiring.
No, I mean, this is a truly dark period for the industry. I mean, we talk about the crash that almost was. I mean, look no further than this, where not only is there a glut of product in retail stores, but the industry itself has mostly given up on supporting the old systems. Obviously, they're not abandoning the market altogether. They're working on their 32-bit and 64-bit hardware. But there is just this utter sense of malaise around the current generation.
Yeah. There's a great quote from the preview for Donkey Kong Country in Edge magazine. It's a multi-page preview, tons of cool screenshots, and here, I'll just read it. Developers are already claiming that games like Donkey Kong Country have always been possible on 16-bit systems. DKC gives weight to the argument that 16-bit software has been underprogrammed from the start, and that the only thing preventing technological development has been a lack of vision, and the kind of money Nintendo demands for developers for a 32 meg cart.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very interesting quote. And, I don't know how much of it is truly true. Obviously, Rare made some pretty impressive breakthroughs, to be able to do Donkey Kong Country. I mean, could you have technically done that a couple of years earlier? Maybe, but those workstations had to proliferate. But the interesting thing about it, the thing that whether it's fully true or not, that I think really shows, is a large part of what was going on here was fatigue, because 16-bit games did not impress as a great leap forward over 8-bit NES games. There were some better graphics, sure, some better animations, but the gameplay had really not progressed much. I mean, Super Mario Brothers 3 versus Super Mario World. I mean, Super Mario World's fine and all, but I think in a lot of ways, actually, Super Mario Brothers 3 was better.
I hate to break it, but that was my impression when I first saw it. I was like, okay. Now, you had F-Zero. That was like, okay, now we're dealing. Now we've got something impressive. I mean, the first time I sat down at a buddy's Super Nintendo, and he had a whole bunch of Super Nintendo games, I just remember I was like, okay, it's Mario. I didn't care about Mario before. Still don't. But then, I saw, what was it? The one where you play a god and you have to manage the town. ActRaiser. The intro to ActRaiser with the Mode 7 fly-in and complete, that mixture of action. And that was like, okay, this is what I wanted. Contra Alien Wars, with the overhead perspective and stuff. It plays like crap, yes, but it was at least something new. But the vast majority of games that come out on the 16-bit systems are just kind of yeah, we've done this already.
Yeah, and that was especially true. I mean, obviously the software got better over time, but it was especially true of the launch titles because, Super Mario World versus Super Mario Brothers 3, not really a lot of innovation going on there. Castlevania 4 versus Castlevania 3. Castlevania 3 has a lot more going on than Castlevania 4 does. Contra 3 versus Super Contra. Contra 3 is a very short game. It doesn't really add anything to what Super C already did on the NES. Yeah, graphics slightly better, but it's like, and even though things do improve from there, I mean, it doesn't stay in that state. There's definitely a sense that what have we really accomplished by making everyone buy these new, more expensive systems? What have we really accomplished in pushing video games forward? And, at the end of the day, a lot of what's going on in Donkey Kong Country is just, well, now we've just finally made the graphics so amazing that you're taking notice. But, it's a game that wasn't just about those graphics because, reading making ofs of the game and everything, like they built it for speed. They built it in a way, and not even in the way that Sonic did. I mean, Sonic was built for speed, but they built it in a way that, like, if you play through the level perfectly, like all the vines will be swinging in the right direction when you get to them. All the barrels will be lined up. They were like tuning it for speed running before speed running was even a thing. And so it's not just that it had the graphics, it really did feel kind of refreshing in the speed of the gameplay as well, even if at the end of the day, it wasn't really that much of a gameplay revolution from other platformers that came before it. I mean, it's a big deal.
Oh yeah, definitely. But also the impressive graphics are only possible because of that massive cart size.
Absolutely.
And there's no way a third party is going to be able to do this. I mean, if you look at when Factor 5 brings Turrican over to the Super NES, I think they're stuck with a 4 meg cart. I mean, they do impressive stuff because it's Factor 5 and they're already doing compression and things like this, but they couldn't afford more than a 4 meg cart. I mean, that's it. So once we move to CD, that's when we're going to see really sort of a evening of the playing field. You don't have to be a mega publisher to make something that looks really, really cool.
Absolutely. Moving on then to our other piece of big CES news. RPGs, adventures, and Doom clones abound on PC at CES.
Computer Gaming World CES coverage is dominated by the flood of Doom clones, the resurgence of RPG and adventure titles. Games such as King's Quest VII, Phantasmagoria, Full Throttle, and Discworld showed the bright future of point-and-click titles, while the RPG resurgence was on display with titles like Dreamweb, Cyberspace, Elder Scrolls Dragonfall, Lords of Midnight, Dungeon Master 2, Star Trail, a new wizardry game developed by Delphin Software, and SSI's final D&D licensed title, Menzoberranzan.
And then people played all those games.
and this is the funny thing. Reading their article, they really give short shrift to the Doom clones. They're like, okay, there's a bunch of Doom clones. But look at all this pre-rendered graphics. I mean, and they are a little bit skeptical about whether or not this will actually do something, but they're like, the dry period for RPGs and adventure games is over, people. We're back. This has got a great future. CD is going to be great for these games. And obviously we know the RTS is right around the corner in a big way. And that plus Doom just means the other genres are going to die. But yeah. And just as a side note, if you don't recall the wizardry game developed by Delphin Software, I can't find any reference of it. I've sent a link, a bit of information to games that weren't about it. Let's see if they can uncover anything more about it. It could be interesting to see what that was or could have been. There's a Delphin Software. There is another sort of wizardry action-y game spinoff that I think comes out in 96, but it's not from Delphin. So I have no idea what's going on with that.
Yeah, I don't either. And yeah, I mean, this is computer gaming world, right? They always held themselves apart as they're the New Yorker of video game magazines, and they have always held themselves to be the sophisticated crowd. And they really, quite frankly, feel that war games to some degree are the be all and end all of computer games. But if not just those, then fine, RPGs and adventure games as well. So it's not really a surprise that they would be poo-pooing all the Doom clones just because of who they are.
Oh, of course. I mean, they are such snobs. I mean, I believe the UK would have called them wankers.
I believe so.
I mean, they've got a section each month called Over There, I think, which is like 2 pages talking about games coming out of Europe, and it's literally them just bashing on the on UK and European software as this unsophisticated stuff for the masses, and it's
right.
it's I mean, they're often correct. I mean, games like Legends of Valor and stuff are not great, but it's just condescension over and over and over again. It gets a little tiring.
Absolutely. Moving on then to console news, starting with next gen news as we do in this time period, as Sega bypasses Japanese distributors.
The traditionally labyrinthian Japanese retail distribution channels have long made it hard for foreign companies to break into the market. But Sega Enterprise Limited plans to break the mold, though, by selling directly to retailers.
Yeah, quite frankly, the traditional retail distribution establishment is almost entirely controlled by Nintendo. The Nintendo retails through an organization called the Shoshinkai that has basically at this point, and even years before this, become utterly dependent on Nintendo. And so I'm sure they see that they have no chance with a system in Japan if they can't break out of this closed system that is so heavily Nintendo dominated.
Exactly. And we've talked the last couple months how Sega has now teamed up with Hitachi, which is making the CPUs for the Saturn, and trying to use Hitachi's connections through retailers that normally sell appliances and the like. So there is, you can see that Sega knows that they need to do something different, especially because with Sony coming in as a competitor, Sony has those other outlets already there. Nobody wants to tick off Sony. So even if you normally would be like, well, we already have Nintendo product, Sony has that built-in market channel, and Sega needs to do something.
Yeah, Sega's kind of between a rock and a hard place here by the names of Nintendo and Sony. And to make matters worse, there may be a little bit of trouble with that next-gen console as well, as EA disses Saturn.
EA chairman Larry Probst told the Wall Street Journal that Sega may have to go back to the drawing board with its upcoming Saturn console, as Sony's PlayStation tech is better and easier to program for.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this before, so we don't really need to go into detail again, but absolutely right. Sony has come up with something that, whether you want to define it as better or not, which is a little bit subjective, is definitely easier to work with. And this is going to be a major problem for the good folks at Sega going forward.
Oh, yeah. The quadrilateral technology that they're using for the Saturn is going to be a dog to work with. It's going to make porting the games over to other platforms like the PC and the N64 almost impossible. And it's already going to just add another barrier to what some people already see as a risky proposition, because a lot of people aren't going to trust Sega going into this next generation, and they sure as hell won't trust them going into the Dreamcast afterwards.
And that's not even mentioning the fact that you have to now balance the load between the two SH2 processors, which is, I mean, obviously everything is balanced between multiple cores today, but that was not the standard back then, and nobody is really adept at doing that.
Yeah, and we talked about this 2 years ago that they were already importing Russian programmers, Soviet programmers who were familiar with multi-core, but they were primarily being used for more complex development systems and also bigger business applications. It hasn't really, the multi-core thing has not hit standard PC technology, let alone console tech yet.
Absolutely. And if things couldn't be a little, and if that's not bad enough for Sony's competition, it seems that 3DO's next-gen system is a dog.
A bulldog, that is. Edge magazine reports that the next-gen 64-bit 3DO follow-up is codenamed Bulldog and is set for a Christmas 1995 launch. The system will come out in two flavors, a $100 upgrade cartridge for existing 3DO players and a standalone $250 to $400 system. The new system will be backwards compatible, contain MPEG-1 decoding with the option to upgrade to MPEG-2, use a 64-bit RISC processor, and, unlike the current 3DO system, will use a single 66 MHz SD-RAM chip as opposed to two 25 MHz DRAM chips like the current system. It will also boast a bus that is 3 times faster than the PlayStation's and have full hardware Z buffering. These revelations come just as Panasonic is planning the launch of the 3DO in the UK, and Trip Hawkins has left EA, and EA has publicly announced their support for Sony's system. Trip has responded by beefing up 3DO's internal development teams with plans to have 7 to 8 separate teams working on Bulldog games in time for the launch. Third parties won't get dev kits until February or March.
I'm sure that's just going to go great for them.
Yes. I believe that the history of computing tells us that announcing your next product before you've actually shipped a current product, at least in some territories, is probably not great for business and may dissuade people from purchasing things. And I'm sure that the software developers who are working on current 3DO software are just ecstatic about knowing that within a year, their software is going to be obsolete. Oh,
indeed.
And now that 3DO is going to have a whole bunch of internal development studios, they're also going to be a competitor. I guess that's always worked well with Nintendo and Sega. So, hey, why not? So spoiler alert, this is not actually going to hit the market. The later renamed M2 is going to be a no-show. But
indeed. And that's surprisingly all for the next-gen console news this month. Everyone kind of holding their collective breath between the last CES and the launch of the Saturn and the PlayStation in Japan in the fall. Turning to current-gen console news now, a big milestone as the ESRB rates its first game.
The Entertainment Software Rating Board, which was formed primarily by console game companies, has rated its first game, and it is, ironically, a PC title, GT Interactive's Doom 2.
And you have to wonder if they didn't do that deliberately. In all seriousness, I mean, obviously Doom did not feature in the Senate hearings because it came out right at the end of them. But still, they started with one of the most notoriously violent, edgy games on the market as their first rating.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly sends the message to the Software Publishers Association, which is still running its own rating system at this point, to send them a message that, your guys' comments about, how you're not really all that bad. Here's your bad game. And also at the same time, you're right. It's trying to cut off that whole nastiness. And also GT Interactive really wants to sell this at Walmart.
Yeah.
Walmart has already said.
Of course, that's true too, because GT Interactive is the exclusive provider of software to Walmart.
Exactly. And Walmart, don't have that as a story here, but Walmart has announced that they're not even going to allow violent coin-op games in their stores anymore going forward. So, they gave a 1 month notice to all of their coin-op providers that violent games like Mortal Kombat and Time Killers and so forth must be removed from Walmart premises and replaced with other titles or kiddie rides or whatever. So yeah, it just makes sense, put the warning label on it now because everybody knows this is the first proper retail version of Doom. It's gonna sell like hotcakes. We do not want a problem with this moneymaker.
Indeed, because the violent games are bringing in all the money, Carl, as Mortal Kombat 2 breaks records.
Acclaim's Mortal Friday launch event for the console ports of MK2 generated a record-breaking $50 million, surpassing Acclaim's own NBA Jam, which previously held the record.
And I'm sure Mortal Kombat will continue as an evergreen franchise into the future, just as Street Fighter has, according to our previous headline.
Yes, it will. I mean, I don't know which series has. I mean, I'm probably guessing that Street Fighter has generated more money overall.
Probably.
Especially because it's got the Japanese market where Mortal Kombat doesn't really play a role. But considering that we're already up to 11 games in the main series, plus, well, the ill-fated spin-off games, but Mortal Kombat has done well for itself.
Oh, it has. It has.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a little bit of a gap between the success that Acclaim is experiencing now and the success the series is, or did it? Wow. Between the success Acclaim was experiencing then and the success that NetherRealm is having with the series now.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, Midway is about to discover how difficult getting a game out on console really can be when they take over the rights themselves.
Indeed, but it's pretty impressive what Acclaim here has very temporarily hit on, something that will dilute an impact as everyone else figures it out as well. But having a hot title and putting huge marketing behind it and debuting it on a specific launch day across all applicable platforms turns out to be a pretty winning strategy because they've gone from Mortal Kombat to NBA Jam to Mortal Kombat 2, just owning the market with those launches. And of course, that's the norm now for AAA titles. Even in a post-retail world, that's still basically the norm.
Yeah. You want to drop on day one. You want to be there. You've got to be on all the right platforms. And Acclaim just knows how to do that at this point. And we'll see whether or not they can do it without having the built-in audience that an arcade title can give you. That's going to be the big challenge. They have announced that their first title for the N64 is going to be Turok. So we'll find out whether or not they can make that work for them.
Goody. But meanwhile, before we can get to those next-gen launches, we have to get through the current holiday season where Sega and Nintendo plan big Xmas ad spends.
Sega of America plans on spending $35 million this Christmas season to promote its new $150 32X add-on, while Nintendo will spend $15 million promoting Donkey Kong Country for the Super NES, emphasizing the fact that its customers won't have to upgrade their older systems. This comes as the market for video games is expected to shrink from 1993's $3 billion to just $2.8 billion in 1994.
Yeah, I mean, two very different approaches to trying to capture the tail end of the 16-bit market. Sega going with that hardware attempt, while Nintendo is promoting the hot new software. And I guess we'll just have to see how those contrasting approaches play out over the holiday season.
Yeah, I just can't imagine the 32X would fail. Oh, wait, did we already say that everybody's going to know that the Saturn is coming?
I think we've brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah. What's it called again when you announce the next version before the old version's out? It was named after a certain gentleman that we've talked about. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, now, granted, Donkey Kong Country is going to retail for $70.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, we call it software, but let's face it, there's a lot of hardware in that software. So Sega is actually purely from a thinking about the customer side, the 32X is the far better deal for the customer because you can pay $150 once. That's the equivalent of 2 DKCs. And then your software titles theoretically will be much, much cheaper and still give you all the effects of a DKC. I mean, if they had been able to bring out good 32X software at, let's say, $30 a hit, that would have been an argument. They're not going to quite make that. Instead, it's going to be like a $20 difference with a DKC, and that makes the $150 investment in the 32X untenable. But
absolutely, especially with the next generation right around the corner.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
Yep. So Sega maybe not the best at seeing what's to come, but I am told that EA sees CD future.
Yes, Electronic Arts has decided to shift its focus from cartridges to CDs. Half of the 100 to 110 new game titles it plans to introduce in the fiscal year ending March 1995 will be on CD-ROM and will account for 15 to 20% of sales. By 1996, CD-ROM will account for nearly half of all sales. Some investors think that EA is jumping the gun, though, according to the Wall Street Journal, but others are cheering the move on because they don't want EA to wait for the cartridge market to bottom out.
Yeah, so, I've said this before, and it'll come up again when we get into some of the numbers a little later on in our jumps, but at this point in time, Acclaim and Electronic Arts are both roughly $500 million companies and are at the pinnacle of American third-party development. And at this time, EA chooses to invest in the future that they think is going to be CD-ROM based, while Acclaim says, we're doing so good with our Mortal Kombat, with our NBA Jam, we are going to, even though this transition is coming, we are in this moment going to double down on the current generation console market and those cartridges. And spoiler alert, their fortunes diverge rather sharply starting in 1995.
Yeah. And I mean, if you think about it, the one thing that both companies had in common was at this point, for a brief period of time, yearly updates. So we had a yearly update of Mortal Kombat. NBA Jam is going to have its tournament edition. It's also a yearly update thing. EA has gotten into the yearly updates of Madden, yearly updates of NBA Jam, not NBA Jam, what was it? NBA Live, and so forth. NFL Quarterback Club is coming out from Acclaim. If the only difference is that with sports games, those yearly updates are fairly straightforward. You don't have to reinvent the game each time. But when you're trying to do yearly updates of something like Mortal Kombat, that's when it's a massive additional investment, redesigning, coming up with new characters, etc. That gets more and more expensive each year. Capcom tried to do this on the cheap with small upgrades every year, and it just bit them in the ass. Could Acclaim have done it with Mortal Kombat 3? Well, when we get to the sales figures for Mortal Kombat 3, we're going to see just how well that worked. And then Midway immediately tries to do Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and then Mortal Kombat Trilogy. And it becomes this ever cycle of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
You're right. EA is setting up for the future. They know where to go. They're also investing in educational software, something that Acclaim tries to do very, very briefly. Doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't really go anywhere for EA either, but they're at least trying. So yeah, it's kind of weird to think that they were both basically at the same point, but there is a very different future ahead for each one of those.
Absolutely. And which market to invest in is a big part of what happens there.
Yeah.
But, CD may be the future, but that doesn't mean all forms of CD are going to be the future, Carl. But there are some other companies still trying out there as CDI gets new slogan.
Philips hopes to finally hit it big with CDI with a new price cut from $399 to $299, a new ad campaign featuring Phil Hartman, and a new slogan that will really get the kids excited. CD for your TV. Only 200,000 CDIs have sold in North America since its debut 3 years ago.
I mean, they probably should have just gotten Troy McClure.
Well, have you ever seen these ads?
I have not. I never knew that Phil Hartman did CDI.
I didn't know either. I looked them up. Link in the show notes below. But it's him talking in this very neutral voice at the beginning, and then he plays every character in there. So like he's a little baby crying, then he's a housewife, then he's this middle-aged guy trying to hit on a woman, and trying to explain that he knows how CDI works. It really does use Phil Hartman to the full Phil Hartman, the entire breadth of his abilities. And this is, I think, right before he leaves SNL and goes to news radio. So it's got to be right in that sweet spot. So he's at the height of his popularity, and he's very well used in the ads. They're kind of funny, but yeah, it's no, it's not good. It's not good.
Absolutely. So as some of the traditional markets for consoles continue to shrink, our big console manufacturers are starting to look elsewhere to perhaps sell their wares, and China seen as growth market by Nintendo.
Nintendo has announced that they will expand their Chinese manufacturing activities from hardware to software by the end of the fall. So far, Nintendo had only been making hardware in the communist country, but now will begin to make software for both the Chinese market and for export. Pricing and copyright protection remain major problems in China, but the expected growth of the market has won out.
Yeah, so they say is the official line, but I imagine what this really is Nintendo. I'm not sure if by this point they have decided whether they're going with cartridge for their next system yet, because as Ethan discovered in his interviews with some Silicon Graphics people, they did go back and forth for a time, whether they were going to do CD or cartridge. But I think this is mostly an understanding that Nintendo's back is getting up against the wall on the costs of cartridges, and it's a realization that they need to do anything they can to try to keep costs down on their cartridge production.
I think it's that. Now, I'm pretty certain that they're fixed on cartridge at this point, simply because those have been the statements we've already reported on over the last few months in the jumps. That they're going with cartridge is better, blah, 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 blah. But I think that it's also a more immediate question of not next gen, but current gen. They need to get the costs of manufacturing these very expensive games like Donkey Kong Country. They need to get those costs under control in order to keep the Super NES alive. Because if they let the Super NES crash too hard, and they let Sony grab too much of the market, I think they're still paranoid after the loss of market share to Sega. And the idea of the same thing happening in Japan with Sony, who has already managed to grab so many of their key developers like Capcom and Konami and so forth, moving over to supporting and developing for the PlayStation, that's got to have them spooked. So I agree with you. They're looking at how do we cut costs on manufacturing, but that's probably in large part in order to try to keep control of that Japanese market.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one other thing, since we already talked a little bit about China earlier with the GATT thing, there is a little side note here. Sega has gotten a win in court in China with the government ordering Shenzhen Shenzhou Electronic Equipment Factory to cease production of products that violate Sega's IP. This was a company in Taiwan that was manufacturing a whole bunch of basically pirated Mega Drive cartridges. So at least got that.
Meanwhile, there is a truce in the 3DO world as Sanyo avoids face-off with Matsushita.
In a very Japanese move, Sanyo has announced that their entry into the 3DO player market, the TRY, will not be sold in electronic stores like fellow Japanese 3DO licensee Matsushita, but instead will launch exclusively in video game stores. Sanyo has also announced that they plan on producing 20,000 units a month, or about half as many as Matsushita.
And this is just another example why this 3DO strategy was just not going to work, because there's not, unlike with VCRs, there's not a lot you can do to innovate with your own aesthetics or with your own functionality or with your own interface. You're kind of locked in to something that is pretty standardized because it has to be able to play all the games that everyone's making. And so there's no way to really have multiple companies selling their versions of the 3DO side by side on store shelves and getting those economies of scale from that competition that the VCR got or the PC compatible got to drive down the price. Instead, you're just going to get these guys going off into their own little niche markets and not really changing the conversation around the system.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're not going to be competing in the same store, there's even less pressure from the retailers to try to, distinguish the devices from one another. So, yeah, it's too little, too late. Trip Hawkins, he's currently doing a lot of posts on LinkedIn, blog entries as he's preparing his autobiography. And he recently wrote a great one where he said, the moment that the RAM prices dropped a few months after Sony's announcement that the PlayStation was going to cost $299. Because they had done a cost estimate that there's no way Sony can do $299 and not go bankrupt. It was going to bankrupt them. And then suddenly, shortly after that, the RAM prices dropped precipitously. He said that was the moment we knew we needed to cancel the M2. There was no way that this was going to work if Sony can actually sell this without a loss, and or at least without going broke. And I think that at this point in time, RAM prices are so expensive that even the little bit of RAM that's in the 3DO, which is clearly not enough for this type of machine, is just making these manufacturers not want to take any big chances or big swings with it.
Absolutely. But Carl, it's not the most pathetic system on the market. And no, I'm not even talking about the Atari Jaguar, though there is a slight connection here, as we've gotten a real blast from the past rejoining the fray as Konix lives.
MSU, the British company that had tried to get the Connex multi-system off the ground, has changed their aims to the OEM market for CD players with a new chipset that promises to cheaply upgrade CD player equipment to also use VCDs, photo CDs, CD plus G CDs, and karaoke CDs. According to the company, they already have various contracts with Asian and U.S. manufacturers for their chips. The company that Win Holloway, who was a founder of Connex, the joystick maker, and Keith Hall, a former marketer for Commodore and Apple, originally got a contract with the with the Chinese government to create a low-cost games machine for the Chinese market in 1992, and contracted with Taiwanese manufacturer TXC to make the console. That seed capital led to their current chipset, according to the Financial Times.
Delightful.
Yeah. So I tried to do a deep dive on this console that they were hired by the Chinese government to develop. And as far as I can tell, this was an evolution of the Flare 1 chipset that came after the Connex system failed. There's no sign that the TXE computer for the Chinese market ever ended up working out. There's a whole bunch of information at connexmultisystem.co.uk. It's a fan site about this, and this TXE or TXC system, I believe it's TXC, computer system gets mentioned multiple times, but I couldn't find any proof that it actually ever worked or that it ever got manufactured. But it's just kind of funny that the Chinese government paid them money to develop something, and then they used it for this. I had these weird Doc Brown, Libyans giving him plutonium vibes from the whole thing.
Oh my. Yeah, that's fascinating. I had no idea about this little cul-de-sac detour.
Yeah. This is why I love this show. It's just you come across these and you're like, what the hell?
Indeed. Turning our attention now to another also ran in the industry, Myst coming to Laser Active.
Pioneer has announced their first two U.S.-produced titles for their laser-active Laserdisc player, a port of the Macintosh hit Myst, and Legacy, a game centered around outdoor survival based on Native American techniques and lore, with Robert Redford involved in the production. Both games would end up not seeing release, with Myst falling prey to the hardware bug in the Laser-active and Legacy not being finished due to the collapse of the Laser-active market.
Yeah, just another sign, though, about how everyone's trying to grab a little piece of that multimedia pie, including also rans and never rans. We see CDI trying to, gather interest again. We're seeing, Pioneer with their Laser Active.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're grabbing onto these buzzwords, interactive, and we'll see some fallout of that when we get to our online news, and it's just they're refusing to acknowledge that at the end of the day, the storage medium is not the point. You're going to need a processor. You're going to need RAM. You're going to need programming to make this work. Just having a CD is not enough. And this Legacy thing is actually kind of interesting because they spent a lot of money actually filming this. And then it just disappears. I mean, there's some set photos and stuff from magazines, but it just disappears. And the Myst one is the weirdest one because they programmed it. They finished it, but there was a bug that had to do with how the laser and the Laser Active recentered. So they ended up not having enough precision to make sure that the player actually got the images on screen that they were supposed to be getting. It couldn't precisely enough find the right track to jump to because there were so many tracks, and it's a Laserdisc. It's not meant to have 100,000 tracks.
Right.
And so that was, at the end of the day, the bug in it, that it just could not deal with the number of tracks necessary for Myst. So, okay.
Delightful. But don't worry, Carl, because I have got your CD-ROM savior right here as Time Warner picks up Rise of the Robots.
Time Warner Interactive has announced that it will be publishing Mirage's Rise of the Robots in the US on both CD-ROM and floppy disk, as well as 10 other platforms in Europe.
Oh, goody.
Oh, yes. Okay, so Rise of the Robots, for those not in the know, we've talked about it before, is the one-on-one fighting game that is made completely with pre-rendered 3D graphics and has the amazing AI technology that will learn as you go, unless, of course, what you do as a player is to jump and kick, in which case it will have no idea what's going on and simply die. So, it's absolutely terrible, but what I didn't realize was how split up, how cut up the publishing rights on this are, because the 8 and 16-bit console versions are done by Acclaim. So Acclaim brings out I think the Super NES and Genesis versions. I can't remember if they also do all the handheld versions. It gets really, really complicated. And then there's certain versions that have one publisher in Europe, another one in North America. They were divvying up this pie. Anybody who was willing to pay some money to publish a version, they accepted the money. And so, yeah, this becomes just weird, but this was a game that got so much hype at the time that it makes sense that the publishers would jump on this, but yeah, it's an utter piece of crap. And no, this is one of the few cases, in case you were wondering, where I did not even bother trying to play this on an Amiga, because I think it was like 7 discs, and you had to constantly flip back and forth. And yeah, no, I did try the Game Boy version though, briefly. Very briefly.
I'm so sorry. No, yeah. You're fine. I'm so sorry. And a bit more lighthearted news. Sega bets on Cornhuskers.
With the baseball strike bringing every maker of baseball games into the game prediction business, Sega has decided to move into college sports, claiming that its Sega Sports College Football National Championship game has concluded that before even the first game of the season has been played, the Cornhuskers will be the national champs.
And wouldn't you know, they were the national champs that year. So
yeah,
take from that what you will.
Yeah, take from it what you will. But they did guess correctly. And so, but it's just, and this is one of those things that I just stopped covering. I stopped adding it in here. But every week it's, Nintendo is still running their baseball stats of what should have been. And of course, the Mariners are leading because Ken Griffey Jr. baseball, he played for the Mariners at the time, of course, is leading everything. Yes. And a couple others didn't get any mention this time, so I'm guessing they sort of dropped out at this point. The Stormfront game that we reported on at the very beginning of the strike, I didn't find any mention of it anymore, so I think they finally gave up on it. But Nintendo is still chugging along.
Good for them. Moving on to some more sports news, or at least sports adjacent news. Shaq goes multiple media.
NBA star Shaquille O'Neal will see his star rise on two fronts this November. The month will start with EA launching 1 million copies of Shaq Fu, the fighting game featuring the basketball player, and a week later, his second rap album titled Shaq Fu: The Return will hit store shelves.
I'm sure that'll all be just great.
Yeah, 1 million copies of Shaq Fu. There's a reason why those don't really command a great price on the secondary market anymore. And I don't believe that this includes the Amiga port, which also existed. And it's Shaq Fu. Don't really need to talk about it, but somehow, curiously enough, it got a remake in the 2020s. Go figure. So have you seen that?
No, I have not. I'm vaguely sounds familiar, but I have definitely not seen it.
Yeah, I believe it was a Patreon thing, or somebody bought up the rights and just did it. And so it's a brand new game, a very little, no real takeaway from the original. But yes, somebody has brought back Shaq Fu. So, I mean, Bubsy 3D is just any day now. We're going to get a remake of Bubsy 3D.
Indeed. And we end our look at the current gen market with a name change as Chaos Studios renamed.
Chaos Studios, which we reported was purchased by Davidson Associates back in our May 1994 jump, has been renamed Blizzard Entertainment and will shift from being a developer for other publishers like Interplay and Sunsoft and become an independent publisher of entertainment software, with its first products due by the end of the year.
Davidson and Associates.
Yes, you're right. Davidson and Associates.
Indeed. So, long story short here, there was another company called Chaos that claimed the rights to the name, so they needed a new name. They were initially going to go with Ogre Software, but the Bible thumpers, not exaggerating, at Davidson and Associates were not entirely happy with that name, and so they literally just started going through the dictionary from the start, writing down any interesting words they came across, and then doing checks to see if those names were available. And Blizzard was early in the alphabet, sounded cool, and was not taken. And that is how we got Blizzard Entertainment.
Not a terrible name. I would have stuck with Silicon and Synapse, but that's just me. Probably just not snappy enough, I guess. That first title is gonna be a little thing called Warcraft, and it's going to, I guess, fade away. Yeah, nothing's ever going to come of that, right?
Never heard from again. No,
never.
Turning our attention now to computer news, tensions between Intel and Compaq heat up.
Intel's $80 million ad campaign for its Pentium chips has begun to rile its largest customer and the largest maker of PCs in the US and Europe, Compaq. Tensions went public at an industry forum in Barcelona, where Compaq president and CEO Eckhard Pfeiffer lashed out at Intel for undermining its advertising efforts. The PC makers are afraid that the chip maker is pushing the adoption of faster chips on their own, and by talking directly to consumers are hurting efforts by PC makers to build brand loyalty. It also doesn't help that Compaq is a minority shareholder in Intel rival NextGen and is also using AMD chips in many of its machines.
Well, I'm sure that last little sentence is probably part of the feud that's going on here. However, I will say I do see that there's a tipping point here, because as someone who lived through this period in the 90s, I don't know what I was somewhat computer savvy. I don't know what the people who were completely uncomputer savvy were doing, but I know that in this period of time, my PC purchasing habits, I wasn't building from scratch yet. But my purchasing habits weren't so much based on brand anymore, so much as what components are you offering at what price, and can I get those components I want at that reasonable price. Because at this time, when you did you could do a lot of your PC ordering online, and then they'd give you a bunch of options. The company, there'd be these huge set of drop downs, like choose your processor, choose your sound card, choose your this, choose your that. And I know that for my part, it was becoming more about the components and less about the company's name that was slapped on the tower.
Oh, definitely. And this ad campaign by Intel, obviously it's a survival tactic for them. I mean, we've talked about it previously. The move to the word Pentium as opposed to 586 was purely an issue that you couldn't trademark 586. You can't trademark a number, but you can definitely trademark the name Pentium. And this move by Intel is designed to get people into this slot of it doesn't matter which manufacturer you're getting us from, because let's face it, the PC makers are not being loyal to Intel. So Intel doesn't necessarily need to be loyal to them. And it is a weird relationship, because the Intel chip on its own without a PC doesn't really do the standard consumer much good. And and there's really no way to get an Intel Pentium chip at retail in most situations. So this it is just very, very weird as a market thing. And the fact that Pfeiffer is complaining that they're pushing people to upgrade too quickly, I think also speaks to this issue of inventory. Because the computer makers at this point, especially the Compaqs of this world, they're still very, very reliant on retail location, brick and mortar retail location sales, as opposed to other companies like Gateway. And I believe Dell also at this point are primarily online retailers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Dell was a pioneer in mail order, and then, embraced online very quickly.
Exactly. And so just now, and we're going to talk a lot about the internet today, as the internet is really taking off, anybody who's still relying on those brick and mortar locations, they have to plan so far in advance. They're making bets on technology 6, 9 months, sometimes even 12 months in advance. For those machines that are going to be in stores. And if Intel suddenly starts coming out with ads that maybe haven't been discussed properly with Compaq, or haven't been discussed early enough because they're in such an arms race with their competition, that, really does throw Compaq under the bus. Why would I go and, buy this, Pentium 66 when I just saw an ad on TV telling me that I need a Pentium 128, and I don't recall if the Pentium ads actually had those speeds on them, but I think some of them did. The later ones definitely did. So.
And I mean, that's totally correct. And I was also going to bring up, the retail thing, because when I was a teenager in the 90s, Compaq, amongst me and my friends, some of whom were even more computer savvy than I was, Compaq was seen as the cheap, lowest common denominator option. It's this big box that you bought in the store, and you were stuck with what was in the box. Now, like I said, I wasn't building my own PCs yet, which is what I do now. But even back then, it's like, no, I don't want this thing that's in the box, and I have no choice over what I'm getting. If I'm building the machine I want for gaming or whatever, I want to be able to know that I'm able to choose the latest components as I am buying the machine. And you just did not have that kind of guarantee with Compaq. Compaq just tended to be, good enough for, doing a little word processing, a little internet surfing, and maybe some very, very light gaming in the home, not the machine that I needed. And I'm sure Compaq is feeling that those high-end users are going to start abandoning them. And that can be a problem, because the high-end users are the early adopters of the newer technology that they can charge more money for. And they're becoming a lowest common denominator kind of after afterthought PC company at this point when they used to be the cutting edge. They were the first ones to put out a PC with a 386 processor in it.
Exactly. And the fact that they had the ad spend also meant that whatever they told the consumer was cutting edge is what the consumer thought was cutting edge. And, if the chip manufacturer is telling the people what is cutting edge, and it's not completely jiving with Compaq, that's a major problem. So, I totally see this conflict. This is going to get worse. And over the next couple of years, we're going to see a lot of these PC manufacturers hit really, really hard times.
Indeed. But it's not only Intel's hardware customers that are hitting hard times. It's also Intel's would-be competitors as PowerPC Alliance unravels.
3 years ago, IBM and Apple stunned the computing world when they announced their plans to embrace RISC processing and introduce a new industry computing standard to rival the Intel Microsoft monolith based around their PowerPC chips. But those lofty goals seem to be quickly unraveling as both Apple and IBM are moving forward with their own operating systems for their new chip standard. The much-hyped unifying platform has not materialized and doesn't seem likely given that Apple seems to fear falling under the rule of IBM. On the plus side, 3DO has announced that their next-generation console will be built around the PowerPC.
Indeed. And I can see Apple's point there, because this is when Apple is at their absolute nadir. And what has allowed Apple really to always survive, even back in the day when they were peddling the very first Apple II, which, yes, was more capable, but was also way more expensive than the competition, was kind of the Apple mystique that they were able to build so effectively through their marketing. This kind of idea that they were always doing something different, and maybe that something different sometimes was good and sometimes was bad, but that mystique kept it going. The Macintosh was an alternative to a PC, or I guess an Amiga, in a period of time in the 80s there. And now that computers have become commodities and IBM machines have become commodities, PC compatibles, Apple has struggled to maintain that same mystique. And they kind of can't afford to be following along, even if it's trying to create a new standard with IBM and Motorola against Intel. They can't be one of the guys. That's not what works for Apple.
Exactly. And IBM is obviously struggling to have any role in this world that, companies like Compaq and Intel rule. And there's a side note that I didn't include in here, but there's also an announcement that the next version of OS2, which I think is already out in September, if not October of 94, is going to include a pre-built-in settings to run DOS games. Over 100 popular DOS games will be able to run under OS2 because it's got this essentially emulation level built into the operating system, because native OS2 games are not going to be a thing. And that admission that they, there's simply no software anybody really wants to use for OS2 is a big, huge problem for them. And I mean, it's also a problem for Apple, because at this point they really have very, very little software support, especially in the games area. So it's they're both of these companies are trying to figure out what is the way forward, and it's just not working out.
Indeed, though, funnily enough, while we may laugh at the M2 having a PowerPC, since the M2 goes nowhere, it turns out that there is going to be an incredible hunger for a reasonably priced RISC processor to use in video game machines. And so PowerPC will find its redemption by very briefly for about one console generation or so being one of the principal processors used in gaming machines.
Yeah, and it will unfortunately not be heralded by the Pippin.
It will not. But yes, all sorts of currents and eddies currently in the PC and PC compatible world, as we also are getting word that Target moving out of PC business.
Yes, U.S. discount retailer Target has announced that they have limited PC sales to 100 West Coast stores. The company entered the PC hardware market 3 years ago with machines made by Packard Bell, IBM, and Laser through 300 to 400 of its stores. While PC software sales will continue to expand, a spokesperson for the company said that they were exiting the market in most of the country because, quote, you can't make any money on it, end quote. They are adding pagers nationwide, though, which will be showcased together with cellular phones. And
I did not even realize Target had been in the PC business.
yeah, Target did try to do this. And it simply didn't make any sense for them because it's the inventory question. It is quite literally the technology is moving so fast. By the time they've ordered the inventory, by the time they've put it on the shelf, it's already obsolete. And
these aren't the days of the Commodore 64. Where you can just have rows and rows of Commodore 64s in a discount store and you're good. PC technology is just changing ridiculously rapidly at this point because you have so many competitors. You know, the space is so opened up and there's so much demand and there's so many competitors that need to figure out an edge between each other. And so there's arms races to offer the best technology, the most complete packages of add-ons, and retail's not the place. Discount retail's not the place.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of sad, really, when you think about it, because so many people who want to or should be engaging with this, especially on the lower income rungs, they should be getting some kind of access to a relatively cheap machine. And I think that if a retailer like Target had bothered to spend some real R&D in their marketing department to figure out or try to predict at least where the market was going, they probably could have cut some very, very sweetheart deals, reduce it down to one provider, work out some kind of deal. And they could have created essentially a modern version of the C64 that would just be constantly updated, and you'd only have one model in the store, maybe, or two models in the store. I really could have seen that because that's what's worked, for example, for Aldi in Germany. There's always the Aldi computers, and that started way back with the C64 that they were selling those, where, it's every couple of weeks you go in there and they've got a brand new PC at rock bottom prices. It's never going to be a machine that sets the world on fire, but you go in and they've got one model computer that you can buy there. And nowadays they always have one model computer and a laptop. Well, sometimes they don't have an actual desktop anymore. Nowadays it tends to just be a laptop, but still there's always the Aldi computer, if you will. If you need a fast, quick, cheap machine, you go in and buy that. And it's under their store brand name nowadays. So it clearly can be done. And it's just Target was doing it through third parties, and that's probably where they were losing that edge. But then again, maybe Target just isn't a large enough store chain. I mean, 400 locations, that's a pittance in comparison with the number of locations Aldi has in a country as small as Germany.
Indeed. And it's not just in the PC space that things are getting dodgy as we turn to more Commodore news as MOS technology is sold.
While the battle over the ownership of Commodore International continues in the Bahamas with only two contenders remaining, Commodore UK and the largest Commodore distributor in the US, after Commodore Germany was knocked out of contention because it too filed for bankruptcy, one subsidiary of the Commodore Empire has found a new owner. Commodore Semiconductor Group, formerly MOS Technology, will continue making semiconductors under the name GMT Microelectronics.
Indeed.
Yeah. Now, GMT Microelectronics already existed before this, and they will continue operating out of the old MOS Technology building until the year 2000. And curiously enough, they're actually still going to be using the old 8-bit chip press equipment. So they're going to be doing, as far as I understand it, more rudimentary chips, lower end stuff, but they're still going to be using that old masking equipment all the way through the end of the company.
I mean, that makes sense. Just because MOS Technology / Commodore Semiconductor Group's major failing was that they were never able, for a variety of reasons, to really move beyond the 8-bit technology.
Yeah. And again, when I talked to Leonard Trammell, he did confirm that there were attempts to try to get that 16-bit tech working, but they never quite made it. Then again, they lost most of their good engineers years earlier when the original MOS people started to flee the company. So,
indeed. Turning our attention then to some computer game news. Wing Commander budget to break records.
Wing Commander 3, the CD-ROM spectacular coming from Origin and featuring Hollywood talent such as Mark Hamill and John Rhys Davies, will apparently cost $3 million before all is said and done.
My first comment is shame on you for not including Malcolm McDowell in that list of actors, just because I love Malcolm McDowell. No other reason.
Yeah. I could have added Malcolm McDowell. Come on, I could have also added Biff from Back to the Future, Tom Wilson, and what's her name? The porn actress,
the porn star, Ginger Rogers. Not Ginger Rogers.
No,
Ginger something. Ginger Allen?
Ginger Lynn.
I knew it was Ginger something. Obviously not Ginger Rogers. That's a completely different genre.
I'm not saying I was a fan of her work at the time, but yeah.
Indeed. I mean, this kind of dovetails with one of the headlines that we had further up above, which was that EA is seeing its future in CD-ROM. So EA is making a big push into this kind of interactive movie story space, but they're doing it in a slightly different way than some of the other companies, in that this is an interactive movie that is going to combine a well-regarded game series with interactive movies, which I think is a much better way in some ways to do it. And of course, Chris Roberts, it turns out, is, definitely a wannabe movie creator, for better or for worse.
Wannabe is correct, as someone who went to the opening night of Wing Commander, the movie. Yeah.
I have still not seen it, Carl. I heard how bad it was, and so I didn't want to be crushed by it, and I don't want to be crushed by it. I was such a huge Wing Commander fan. And I mean, I was all in on Wing Commander. I liked, not just the games, I liked the books. I mean, they're very pulpy, but the books were decent enough, kind of pulpy World War II inspired stuff. And so, I mean, I was into all things Wing Commander pretty heavily. And so I don't want to, Carl. Don't make me see it.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't do a commentary on it at some point. It is absolutely, I mean, unforgivably bad. Now, there's a whole backstory to why it turns out as bad as it does. And again, we will talk more about it when we finally get there in 5 years worth of jumps from now.
Right.
But it is just, I mean, it falls prey to a couple of different things. The studio demands an early release of the movie, so the time they have to make the film gets dramatically cut. And then there's huge budget issues. They never quite get the Kilrathi suits working properly.
Yeah.
And apparently there's some major rewrites to the script. And of course, for some reason, Blair has magic powers.
Yeah, that's the one that really put it over the top for me when, learning about the movie. Sure.
I knew nothing about it going in. I hadn't heard that, and I don't believe it was part of the trailers. And when they break that out in the middle of the movie, I was like, they did what?
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah,
what?
Pilgrims or whatever they're called. But yeah, I mean, we have tangent a little bit, but this actually makes sense because first of all, Wing Commander's a huge franchise. So EA can feel confident putting some money behind it. And because they're confident putting some money behind it, they can get better overall talent than a lot of these things get. Now, most of their talent is still, with all apologies to the great Mark Hamill and John Rhys Davies, B-list or lower talent. It's not like they're getting superstars. But the thing that really sets Wing Commander 3 and Wing Commander 4 apart, and even Wing Commander Prophecy, which has all sorts of problems, but this thing I'm about to say still holds true with Wing Commander Prophecy, is that most of the interactive movies were like, okay, we'll get like one name that people have heard of, and everyone else, we're just going to go down to the local community theater and see who's up. But the Wing Commander games use character actors up and down their entire cast. Like, there are so many people in those games that are recognizable even in the minor roles. And I think that's what sets apart the quality of the interactive movies. And, and then there's solid gameplay to go with it. So I've always felt that the Wing Commander approach to interactive movies was far more effective, not without its flaws. Wing Commander 3 is a better game than a movie. Wing Commander 4 is a better movie than a game. They never quite get the right balance, but I appreciate the effort.
Well, and there's also an interesting bit with it because when you look at Wing Commander 3, Wing Commander 2 already did this where they moved the plot forward several years. Right. And Wing Commander 3 moves the plot for even further forward so that the age of the actors actually plays to their benefit.
Yes.
Because you have these actors who, let's face it, are slightly washed up, but that just means that they are older actors, and we're also playing a game that it requires an extremely beefy machine to play. So you're already probably appealing to a more adult audience of players who can afford that beefy machine, who are going to recognize these names from their childhood or their adolescence. I mean, I don't know if they were really thinking in those terms when they were planning it out, but God knows it worked out. I mean, how many people had their big first sexual awakening watching Malcolm McDowell and Caligula who bought Wing Commander 3?
And, on a slightly more serious note, who didn't have a fantasy of controlling Luke Skywalker in an X-Wing?
Exactly. I mean, it really does fulfill that itch, that urge. And let's face it, Wing Commander is also the perfect vehicle because the cutscenes in Wing Commander 1 and 2 essentially were trying to be FMV scenes.
For sure.
Right from the get-go. I mean, the fact that in Wing Commander 1, even without voiceover, the mouths were lip-synced to the dialogue. I mean, they were trying. And so it all worked out great. Unfortunately, they probably should have brought in a better director at some point to take it over. But, hey, who's to say that it was going to work out with anybody else. Because if you brought in a real movie director, they wouldn't have understood how the interactive element of it, the way that Chris Roberts did. So
absolutely.
Oh, and there's a side story here out of Variety that I didn't include in the notes this month, but Variety had this whole big article about how a subset in Hollywood, a sort of a subset industry, is starting to emerge of, casting directors, representatives, studio locations, and so forth that are simply focused on multimedia projects.
Mm-hmm.
And how this new little subset of the industry, using a lot of washed up actors or no name actors, lots of green and blue screen, well, green screen isn't the thing yet, but blue screen sets and all this stuff, how this is actually becoming a potentially significant portion of the Hollywood industry. So I just thought that was an interesting little side note as news of this production is coming out.
Absolutely. Turning then from the absolute bleeding edge to an absolute blast from the past, Activision brings back 2600 Classics.
After successfully reintroducing the Infocom back catalog to modern PC players, Activision has announced the launch of a collection of their Atari 2600 classics for play on modern Windows PCs for release in early 1995. This marks one of the first, if not the first, use of emulation for the purposes of commercializing older software on modern systems.
Yeah, and say what you will about Bobby Kotick, and believe me, I can and have on my own podcast said plenty. He really was one of the first people in the industry that recognized that there was nostalgia and that there was value in that nostalgia. He basically saved the company with Lost Treasures of Infocom, because that provided, when they had nothing, that provided the capital to jumpstart new development. And this is just the next phase of that. Oh, people are developing emulators for these systems for play on PC hardware. Let's get that nostalgia machine going again. And it's really savvy business. And Kotick was one of the first ones to do it at a major company. So, I mean, credit where credit is due there.
Oh, definitely. And this is coming right at the moment. I mean, this first version of the 2600 pack is going to be DOS-based, but very shortly after the launch of Windows 95, there will be a Win95 version of this. And these programs are going to be running in a little window on your desktop. And we've talked already about the Windows game packs being a big, huge deal on Windows 3.1. And this is just going to be perfect for those business people who, remember playing this stuff 10 years earlier when they were kids. And so, yeah, you're right. This is Bobby Kotick feeling the moment, realizing an opportunity. And we've talked about how emulators are starting to spread through online forums. And these old systems are getting a second lease on life. And it's going to be sad that so many other publishers are not going to realize this. I mean, this would have been an amazing moment for EA to bring back things like Archon and stuff. Archon, Mule, and so forth should have been no-brainers at this time, but they're just so stuck in, oh wait, there's another Madden we can release this year, that they're going to miss this opportunity.
I don't think Larry Probst was ever one for looking back too much.
No, sure. Definitely not.
All right, and now for something completely different, Carl. Monty Python comes to CD-ROM.
I knew you were going to do that. I knew that transition was coming. UK cult series Monty Python is going to be gracing CD-ROM PCs with the complete waste of time CD-ROM. Did you ever use this?
No, I'm aware of it, but I have never tried it.
I played around with it very, very briefly in an in-store demo years ago. And yeah, I mean, it's basically some grainy clips, a couple little interactive screens, using, cut and paste, type of elements from, live action screenshots. Like there was a scene with the birthing scene from Meaning of Life.
Yeah.
Where, it's just the hospital, and I think you see the woman's legs, and it's like you click on different things like the machine that goes bing and stuff.
Yes.
And until you've clicked your way through it and you get out of that room and then you go to another room, it really is very well aptly named Complete Waste of Time. But in a world before DVD box sets and streaming, it is kind of a really cool way to go through the Monty Python canon. Is it a patch on the game released by Core Design? Probably not. I still stand by it. I love that game. So
fair enough.
It's not great, but it's good.
But yeah, I mean, you saw a few collections like this around this time. I mean, Indiana Jones Desktop Adventures is another big one because there's a few different things going on here. First, computers are making their way into just about everyone's homes at this point. And as Windows 95, as GUI spread, as plug and play spread, like more and more people are comfortable messing around with their PCs. And something like this, that, people are buying CD-ROM drives. It's like, well, why did I buy a CD-ROM drive? What's out there? Oh, Monty Python. I loved Monty Python. because we've got people that aren't just the hardcore PC people. It's like, oh, this looks kind of fun. And then it's something that showcases some of the things that a multimedia PC can do with the video, with the sound, with the animation. And so it feels like it's these kind of things are the right product at the right time for the audience that is now starting to adopt Windows 95 PCs, that's now starting to adopt CD-ROM drives in their PCs. That is not just the computing elite.
Exactly. And I mean, the graphic style of Monty Python is absolutely perfect for the limitations of multimedia at this point in time. I mean, It's just the right fit. Just like we said with Wing Commander, this is just the right fit.
Yeah. And obviously we're still in 1994. Windows 95 hasn't come out yet. But the fact that, and even though this is not a Windows 95 specific program, the fact that programs like this are targeting releases in 1995 cannot be a coincidence, because using this stuff is about to get so much easier for the general public.
Exactly. And I mean, a lot of this is already going to be possible under Windows 3.1. And we've talked about how, I don't want to call it directly a forerunner, but essentially what is going to be pioneering the same techniques that will make direct draw possible are already there in Windows 3.1. So yeah, I mean, it just makes sense that this is going to work, that this is something people will be able to interact with. It's going to be relatively easy if you're running it under Windows. And there's also going to be a Mac version and stuff. So, and this is also the age, we can't forget, of the screensaver mania, which we've talked about before as well. So the idea of buying a program that doesn't really have a function, and maybe it has a few little point and click games, but isn't really a game either, is not a completely foreign concept to somebody who's already spent like $30 on different screensavers so they can have a Jurassic Park dinosaur yell at them in the dark.
Exactly. Turning our attention then to online news, the information superhighway is destined to fail.
While Wall Street is hyping up the potential business boom on the information superhighway, Macworld magazine has concluded a 600-person survey concerning what people really want from the web, and clearly what they want is to vote in elections online, search through reference books, and engage with long-distance learning. local school information, and participate in polls. What the respondents wanted least was video dating, online gambling, role-playing interactions, sports statistics, and sports video on demand. Heck, only 28% said they were highly interested in getting any video on demand. Clearly, the dream of the internet as a place for commerce is destined to fail.
And this is why marketing is not giving the people what they want. It's telling the people what they want, because the people never actually know what they want.
At least not the Mac people.
Indeed.
Why do you have to tell Mac people what they want? Because they'll tell you that they want to look up reference books as opposed to video on demand, which clearly here is key for porn. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they listed video dating, online gambling, I mean, it's everything that basically makes money on the web today. Yeah. It was kind of a funny little thing, and I just thought I needed to open up our extensive online news segment this month with this fun little tidbit.
I love it. Well, commerce may be dead on the internet, Carl, but ads will make the interactive world go round.
Adweek is really going deep with their articles about the interactive future, and Michael Schrage has a great piece about how interactive content cannot succeed unless it is cheap. He talks about how productivity software that used to cost $500 can now be bought for $50, and how games that cost $80 are now just $19.95. The biggest names like Microsoft have succeeded in hitting these low price points, something made possible by the incremental cost of producing additional copies of programs, which are low and not depending on high per unit margins. People are also used to getting their entertainment on the cheap through TV and cheap rentals, so anyone that thinks that premium pricing for CD-ROMs will get them market share are mistaken. Enter advertising. The author is clear that how this will work and at what point ad graphics will be good enough to be compelling is not yet clear, but that the future of interactive media will be ad-funded, and because the media landscape is getting more and more fragmented and there are still only 24 hours in the day, people will have to figure this one out.
Yeah, there's some prescient material in there.
Oh yeah, and like I said, Adweek has their issue this month is just, or their issues this month were just chock-a-block with all these articles, interviews with different ad agencies and marketing people about, how they're spending money to try to research this, what they're already attempting, what has worked, what has failed. There was a lot to sift through this month because everybody knows the internet is coming. We need to figure out how do we get ads on there. And yeah, graphic resolution is still a huge one because a lot of people are running Windows 3.1 in 16 colors. We can't forget that that's the standard for most Windows 3.1 users at this point. And what does a good ad graphic look like in 16 colors?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, there's a great quote in here that I had to include. So it says, quote, "You may be thinking, but what about video games? They're interactive and they're highly profitable for Sega and Nintendo. That's undeniably true. But look at the demographics. Do you really want to build a new media infrastructure based on the spending habits of a horde of pimply teenage boys whose hormones are thrilled by the chance to blow up things on screen?" End quote. The answer to that, sir, is yes. Yes, we do.
You do. Yeah, so prescient, and then foot directly in mouth.
Exactly. It's this was a quote from an ad executive, and the whole deal is it's just like, no, dude, that is who you want to build this on.
That's right. And you want to sell them hats, and you want to sell them dances. And you want to sell them skins.
Because they want a gun wrapped in bacon, baby.
Indeed.
Yeah. And I think what a lot of the non-tech people are missing at this point is the individual customization of the ads. A lot of people are talking about it as in, well, we can have one ad on this article, another ad on this article, but nobody has figured out, that there's going to be this thing called cookies yet, because they don't exist yet. But that is going to be the thing that changes everything. That each website is going to give you tracked ads. That's the thing that they're not quite on top of yet. That or at least nobody in these articles has had the vision yet that that's going to happen.
If you give an ad agency a cookie,
you will see the same pair of shoes for the rest of your life.
Indeed. And speaking of some prescient material in Adweek, returning to that well once again, the future belongs to content.
Adweek magazine has a great article about the growing battle to define the future of interactive media and its advertising potential. While traditional broadcasters talk of programming, the word being used by these new providers is content, with developers talking about thumb candy, the sticky interactive content that will keep users coming back again and again. What will content look like? How will it be transmitted? Many visions of the merger of TV and computers, virtual worlds that can be freely explored, and of user feedback allowing for more fine-tuned programming are discussed at length. One vision in particular by Dan Mapes of Corridor 7 is particularly engaging. Quote, "We are going to create incredible experiences that people literally cannot imagine," he explains. "We're going to recreate complete 4,000-year-old Mayan villages in tremendous detail, very, very simple, beautiful virtual environments that even the youngest child can experience. And that child will know more about Mayan culture in 10 years than most PhDs do today," end quote. His voice is still rising the intonation of a preacher who said his spiel so many times he no longer hears the words so much as channels the emotions behind them. You can embed arcane knowledge into a virtual environment so that it just takes place naturally, he says, almost yelling. You can have people building virtual worlds together and creating their own kind of life in there, and through that learning more about themselves. In the process of drawing up a world that's interesting to them, they're telling their own story. These media, what they ultimately are, is our consciousness. They carry our values and our visions and tell the world who we are. It's not even beginning, Mapes says finally, while behind him the sun sets in the background. This is 1994. There aren't even any tools. He paused and closed his eyes as if in prayer. Really, he says, this is just the warm-up. We're still in kindergarten, end quote.
Well, I sure hope YouTube isn't an expression of our values, Carl. Yeah, he thought that we were going to create elaborate Mayan temples. What we really create is porn, reactions, and cat videos.
Yeah, you pretty much. And first-person shooters where, it's just run around and snipe people all day long. Yeah.
Sometimes in vaguely Mayan-looking ruins, probably.
Yeah. I mean, the only ones who even get close to this is probably the last few Assassin's Creeds with their whole, free roaming around and learn about ancient culture modes.
Yeah, the tour guide mode or whatever.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird because this vision that he has here, have you ever read Warren Ellis's Transmetropolitan?
No, I have not.
Ooh, highly recommend it. Oh my God, such a good series. But it's about a distant future, blah, 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 and a journalist in that future taking down corrupt politicians. But there's this thing in this distant future where there's these historical basically parks where people have their minds wiped. They volunteer for this. They have their minds wiped, and then they live out their lives in these historical settings. And one of these settings is, and then people can go and visit these settings.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is a Mayan town, and it's like every 20 years, everybody in the town dies because they haven't figured out septic systems and stuff yet. And so the water gets polluted, and then they all end up dying. And then they reset it and do the whole thing over again. It's the whole comic is very comedic, dark and stuff, but it's kind of this idea. But okay, I'm going off on a tangent. But this guy now, Mapes is still in the industry nowadays. I think he's hawking Bitcoin or some virtual currency, because obviously he is. But this idea that's coming out of this article and similar ones about, providing some kind of data that people really, really get into that becomes basically their world isn't that far off from what you were saying. The whole reaction to things, getting a worldview that is just pumped directly at you, that is made sticky, that you're stuck with it. The fact that they're talking about this at this very high level, and they're already calling it content, which is a much maligned term nowadays, 30 years later.
Right.
But that it's already called content in 94, before we have really the internet as the thing we know it today.
For sure.
That stuck with me. That was like, oh, wait a second. So yeah. That was fun. And Mapes is running an AI company now. Sorry, my bad.
Of course. But it's not just the new media that's getting all the attention. It's also the merger of the new and the old media, as the FCC to investigate interactive TV bidders.
We talked last month about the U.S. Federal Communication Commission's first ever public bidding for interactive video and data services, or IVDS, bandwidth. The bidding led to 178 companies pledging $214 million for the rights. Well, 20% of the pledges were due by August 8th, and 27 companies failed to pony up the cash, with $8.7 million of the $21.7 million due not arriving. $5 million of those 87 came from just two companies, Commercial Realty of St. Pete, Florida, and Interactive America in Sun Valley, California. James Hartley, president of Commercial Realty, welcomed the investigation, claiming that it should help refocus the discussion on the as of yet non-existent tech to take advantage of the bandwidth auctioned. Hartley said that the FCC's requirement that bidders make IVDS services available to at least 10% of users within a year is unrealistic and should be postponed until after at least two companies have workable hardware available to license. Interactive America's phone number was out of service.
Of course it was.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Again, we talked about it last month, but this vague notion that you are going to have interactive television over bandwidth, so over the airwaves, that this was going to be a separate service from cell phones, separate service from television broadcast, and that they put aside a chunk of bandwidth just for that, seems to have been this, okay, let's do this idea. And all these companies came in. I mean, for God's sake, it's a commercial real estate company out of St. Pete, Florida, is bidding millions and millions of dollars for this. Should just tell you everything you need to know. And they're like, well, okay, yeah, we're squatting on this bandwidth, but maybe we should not require us to do anything with it until somebody's figured out, a box set that's going to use this. Just screams, speculator market. And as far as I can tell, this will have been the first and last auction for this kind of bandwidth.
Indeed. But as the .com is booming for most companies, some technologies are getting left behind as AT&T pushes the edge over a ledge.
AT&T has decided to back out of launching their online multiplayer game adapter for consoles, known as the Edge. AT&T's voice span technology, which would have enabled the Edge's data transfer technology, will not be abandoned, though, as AT&T sees a big future for the ability to spend both data and voice, to send both data and voice simultaneously through the same lines. This abandoning of a hardware launch follows their announcement that they have dropped plans to launch their own version of the 3DO, even though they own 4% of the 3DO company. AT&T now says it will focus on intelligent phones for the home and investments in its wireless digital phone architecture.
Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. They can see as well as everybody that consoles aren't doing great right now, that the current gen consoles, Super Nintendo Genesis, and certainly the 3DO, are not doing very well right now. And they know they've got a valuable technology, but I think they're realizing that they've missed their window, if there ever even was a window, to deploy it in video games. And now it's time to move on to something that may be more edifying.
Definitely. I think that is the key factor here, that they don't want to spend time and effort on this, and this reshift, especially to the wireless digital phone architecture. That, I think, is the big one, because people are starting to realize, wait a second, that might actually be the path forward. Yeah. Now, there's also rumors circulating that AT&T wants to buy out Sierra's remaining share of the Imagination Network. And that was just sort of an aside here in the articles. But spoiler alert, that may actually happen.
Indeed, it might. Meanwhile, some of the other media companies out there, like Bell Atlantic, Time Warner, and Viacom, face delays.
The next generation of interactive services via telephone and cable lines keep hitting snags. Bell Atlantic and Viacom, which both wanted to be testing new systems running off of hardware from AT&T and General Instruments, have delayed their launches because the hardware either isn't ready or isn't coming in and at expected costs. Time Warner also wanted to test a new system, but their software provider, Silicon Graphics, hasn't been able to get everything working yet. All three networks hope to offer video on demand, video games, and home shopping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there was kind of an abortive version of what became the .com bubble here, because cheap PCs in everyone's home was kind of what was needed to actually make it work. I mean, we've talked about in a lot of our recent jumps, all of these media companies trying to get in with these online services, but they're trying to do it on basically everything but the computer in a lot of ways. You know, it's these bespoke systems. You know, it's not the internet, it's not the World Wide Web. It's setting up networks using their own infrastructure into devices that they're used to and more comfortable going into. And it turns out that's not the approach. The approach is, you know, a PC in every home and an internet connection to go with it.
Well, and exactly that's it. I mean, this idea of the set-top box, which is still in everybody's mouth at this point, is just not a viable option. And the fact that you would have to run everything through a standard television set with the low resolution that it has, the fact that bandwidth isn't there for video for a while yet, and the fact that there's no need to reinvent something because, well, there's a little thing called the World Wide Web coming. And the Indeed. Online services that figure that out sooner will be ahead sooner, maybe. Or
I would think so. And I would say, Carl, that's exactly why CompuServe moves to the internet.
Online service CompuServe has announced plans to become a bigger player on the burgeoning internet. They have created a new company to provide website design services to companies and will be expanding subscriber access to the internet from the current email and newsgroup access to FTP and Telnet in November, with World Wide Web and Gopher access coming early in 1995.
And really, before we discuss, I would like to go on to the next headline because they are linked. Why is CompuServe moving to the internet? Because online services days numbered.
The New York Times has a great article about the rise of the internet as the new paradigm in online information sharing, and an expert already predicts that despite efforts by the likes of CompuServe to add internet access to its services, traditional online service providers will be obsolete within 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, and I mean, it takes a little longer. It takes a little longer. We have to have the AOL Time Warner disaster of a merger before we realize that online services really weren't needed anymore. But it is really true, because there's a few different things going on here. Really, the value of networks like CompuServe and the Source and whatnot was that they could provide access to a massive system at a time when nobody else could. And now the World Wide Web is going to grow into a massive dispersed system, a massive dispersed network all by itself. And there's nothing that companies like CompuServe can offer that's unique anymore that would make it valuable to have a subscription. Now, there's also the Wild West here of internet service providers, because right now the door is completely open. You have ISPs popping up everywhere. And so for a brief period of time, companies like CompuServe can keep their relevance going by becoming ISPs. But that only works until all of these dumb people that are trying to figure out set-top boxes and Genesis game modems finally realize, oh, wait, we have telephonic and cable infrastructure that goes into every home. Maybe we should be the internet service providers. And then there's really nothing left for the CompuServes or AOLs of the world to do.
Exactly. And that, I mean, the very first internet connection I had at home was in 1996, I want to say, early 96. And that was an ISP that a guy I worked with at the computer labs at Santa Fe Community College had set up. So I was working with him in the computer labs, and he had set up an ISP with a handful of computers in his house. And that is the story that's about to happen. I mean, anybody can do it. And I didn't care about any bespoke libraries or databases. I just wanted access to the internet. And that is where, there's no content. You're either a content creator or you are a provider of access to the internet, but you don't have to be both. And
exactly.
And I think that is really where all of these guys are going to go. But I am the guy who within 18 months is not going to ever need any of these services. Yeah.
I never understood, because we got our first modem at about the same time, 95, 96, somewhere in there. And yeah, I never even understood at the time, why would people pay subscriptions, big subscriptions to be part of CompuServe or AOL, which of course was still charging by the minute back then, even when you could just you pay a very small monthly fee to a local ISP. They give you access to the internet. It's a local call, so you don't have to worry about that. They give you just a little space to have an email account or something, and boom, you're on your way. All of our first internet providers were just local ISPs, not big companies.
And I think that, first time I saw somebody who had a proper internet hookup at home was a buddy of mine in my first year of college. So this would have been 95, 96. And he was using an AOL chat room to play Shadowrun pen and paper game with his old high school buddies who were in different cities at this point. And that was the function. That was the whole reason to be on there, because they had the infrastructure for these these chat rooms. And at the time, the World Wide Web, or at least the browsers as they existed pre-Java and so forth, made that almost impossible. I mean, within a year, that was all going to work. You were going to have those, MUDs that could run through a browser, for example. And those kind of things, once those are up and running, AOL becomes irrelevant. But, there's this very, very brief moment when everything that you really wanted to do that was interactive was still only possible through these services. But that window is closing unbelievably fast. And I don't even think all of them saw it. That's why the CompuServe article is in here, because CompuServe sees it coming. They know it's coming, and they're trying to turn on a dime. But it's trying to reinvent themselves as we'll develop your website for you is, too little too late.
Absolutely. Speaking of too little too late, while the edge has been pushed over the ledge, there are still some online video game services coming as X-Band to launch as Genesis exclusive.
Sega and THQ have announced that they have agreed on a licensing deal for Catapult's X-Band online gaming system. The system will launch in 5 test markets exclusively for the Sega Genesis. Sega will provide assistance to ensure compatibility with top Genesis titles. The service will cost $7.95 a month and be accessible through local phone calls in addition to the $69 cost for the hardware, making it a low-cost alternative to other online gaming offerings. The Super NES version is due in January of 1995.
And, this makes a little bit of sense because I don't have the demographic data, but I've always suspected that the Genesis demographic included way more lower income households than the Super NES, or certainly more advanced multimedia PCs with internet connections. I mean, people of all income levels bought Genesises, but I believe part of its success in this period is that it was able to move into lower income households. And so that is actually the perfect place to launch a Genesis exclusive, online gaming platform, because it is so much cheaper than other online game offerings. I think it fits the demographic well.
Yeah, and this talk about the low-cost alternative is coming straight out of their press release. This is not me adding it. This is literally coming from their press release. So, yeah, I mean, and it's my gut feeling as well. I mean, my brief stint working at Software Etc. over a Christmas, electronics boutique, sorry, not Software Etc. Electronics boutique over Christmas of 95. I would say that there definitely is that factor there, that the Genesis, especially with its big following in the sports arena, definitely was grabbing, and I mean, stereotyping a little bit here, but I would say a black audience, especially the ones that were very much on, following the Madden series and the NBA Live series, were attracted to the Genesis. Because I had a lot of inquiries about those titles, and it just makes sense. And the fact that the Super NES was coming out with these very, very expensive cartridges, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
very expensive cartridges. I mean, you had Earthbound, you had Star Fox,
Final Fantasy 3.
Final Fantasy 3. I mean, even Mario Kart, that thing never went down in price because it had an extra chip inside. And the Sega games could go down in price a little bit more just because there were virtually no add-on chips. You were doing everything off of that 68,000. So, there's definitely a cost factor there. There was a coolness factor that also appealed to certain demographics. I think that that was definitely a thing. And having, the cheap way to be online must have been appealing to people.
Absolutely.
Now, THQ has also announced that they will be postponing their planned public offering after receiving new lines of credit worth nearly $5 million and making private sale of an additional $1.25 million worth of stock, and plans to sell additional shares within the next 60 to 90 days to raise an additional $3.75 million in equity financing. Most of the financing will be used to help launch the X-Band. And I mean, THQ is obviously not with us today. And they are, I mean, they're caught, as far as I can tell, and I haven't done a tremendous amount of research into the history of THQ, but they're caught in a similar spiral to companies like Ocean, where they are very much dependent on licensing. Almost all their games are licensed titles, and that just means that they don't really own any IP. They're not expanding in that sense. And I think that costs are catching up with them, and launching a hardware platform is something a little bit beyond their financing. So how much the Sega deal is also a financial deal, what financial incentives they got from Sega to do this, or how much of it is we won't be able to produce enough units for two platforms to be able to have a significant rollout for Christmas. Those are all questions I can't answer, but I'm guessing that they all play a role here.
And wouldn't you know, like history repeating itself, that's exactly what actually sinks the company when it falls to pieces in the early 2010s. The same thing. They got way too dependent on licenses, and then they were like, we'll invest in a hardware. And that destroyed the company. And really, I haven't researched THQ super closely, but I think the main reason that it didn't completely destroy the company this time is that a couple of years later, the founder of the company, after he's no longer with the company, Jack Friedman, founds Jack Specific, has a WWF license, and then turns around and sublicenses the video game rights for that WWF license to THQ, which is basically, I think, what saves the company at the end of the 90s and allows them to be a kind of mostly harmless licensing company until they make the same mistakes again in the early 2010s.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes so much sense. I didn't know about that connection between Jack's Pacific and THQ. But that explains everything, really. Wow, yeah, in a big way.
Absolutely. And speaking of online console news, PlayStation to go online in France.
France Telecom and Sony Corporation have announced a deal to deliver games over cable television wires. Under the agreement, France Telecom would use one of its channels for the delivery of game software, similar to the Sega channel already launched in the US for Sony's game console, the PlayStation, which will launch in Europe in 1995.
Yeah, this is not something that I was aware of, but now that through this podcast have been learning more about what's going on in France at this time, it makes so much sense because the entire French telecommunication industry is moving towards deregulation. There's an understanding that once deregulation happens, there's going to be a huge amount of competition, and you're going to need content to separate yourselves from the crowd. And so France Telecom, which still has the advantage at this point since not everything's deregulated yet, is out there trying to snatch up anything that it can think of that might be worthwhile content come January 1st, 1998, when they are suddenly not alone anymore.
Very, very true. Now, how far this project got, I do not know, because if you wanted to do an online content with the OG PlayStation,
yeah,
I mean, you've got some serious bandwidth issues to deal with. And I don't really know. I mean, granted, the PlayStation has very limited RAM. So maybe you could have done a syncing of moves and stuff. I mean, a Street Fighter game online, maybe that would have worked. But it feels like that would be a stretch. But, who knows? Maybe there were serious discussions and this tried to get off the ground. I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because, I mean, it's never going to work. But you can, knowing what we know now about what was going on in French telecommunications, it just makes so much sense that they'd want to try, even if it ended up ultimately being futile.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, CD-ROM gets online updates.
Real-Time Sports, a joint venture of BMG, Nederlander Communications, and Pixel Multimedia, will be launching a series of sports almanac CD-ROMs that will not only contain vast quantities of past sports results and multimedia goodness, but will also provide bi-weekly stat updates via online services. A similar tact is being taken by Turner Home Entertainment and CNN with their CD-ROM, The People vs. O.J. Simpson, an interactive companion to the O.J. Simpson trial that not only provides information about the case so far, but includes a free trial of CompuServe that the users can download updates on the case as they become available.
Yeah, this is a short-lived period in time, but it makes so much sense because one of the promises of multimedia had been that you could have all of this information at your fingertips that's available on CD-ROM. But of course, it gets stale fast because there's always more stuff happening. You really needed the internet to make multimedia work, as I've said so many times before, or the World Wide Web, to be more specific about it. And so, there's a realization now, okay, we need the World Wide Web for this, but the World Wide Web is not sophisticated enough and speeds are not, and bandwidth is not great enough that you can't just have these repositories fully live online either. You just can't be constantly accessing that stuff piecemeal like that. And so now we're trying to merge the two. It's like, okay, well, we'll take the multimedia vision of the CD-ROM that has huge amounts of stuff and then combine that with the ability to update that with new information available on the internet. And that will be our way of doing things, which doesn't last very long because then very quickly bandwidth on the internet improves to the point and penetration of the internet improves to the point that no, we can just get rid of the CD-ROM and just put it all online.
And that's the weird thing about this. They've identified the problems. They're using the tech that they've got. I mean, there's an ad campaign for the Sega CD at this point, running in the U.S. mags about how why wait? Why wait for the future? Play your CD-ROM games now. It's something along those lines. And this feels very much like that is, we know this is probably just a patch on what's going to come later, but, do you really want to wait? You can't wait forever. And it is interesting to see how this will evolve. And also the fact that they're recognizing some of this stuff you have to hit while the iron's hot. I mean, the O.J. Simpson trial, isn't done yet. I mean, it's barely started at this point. And, they've already got the package in stores, and it's kind of, I don't know. It's a very, very weird moment, and the stars really have to align for a person to have the computer, have the modem, have the CD-ROM, and everything else. So it's such a limited audience. But then again, that limited audience has spent a lot of money on these machines, and they are desperate for any content. So I guess why not?
Pretty much. But the internet is not only about content, as Mondex aims to revolutionize payments.
British startup Mondex has announced that they plan to introduce a revolutionary digital payment system that will allow user-to-user payments via smart cards that will be readable by special readers, phones, and even set-top boxes. The system will hopefully make money transfers and online purchases of goods like video games possible. And for
online purchases of video games, madness, I say, never happen.
Exactly. Now, anybody who's listened to my interview with Raymond Yap will know this story because he was involved with Mondex. He was one of the co-founders of this thing, together with the co-founder of the guys who made the BBC Micro. Name is eluding me now.
Well, their names are Chris Curry and Herman Hauser, but
yeah, Chris Curry. So this was Chris Curry's involved with this. Raymond was involved with this, and if you want more on this story, check out that interview I did. Because this was going until the banks decided that they were not going to support this. And in his opinion, it's probably because the banks saw this as a bit too much of a competitor.
Yeah, I was going to say the banks want to do it themselves, most likely.
Exactly. And this would have been a bank neutral platform. And this suddenly everybody just pulled their support for it. And if you look at it, the Mondex logo looks very much like the MasterCard logo. Wink, wink. For a reason.
Indeed. And now we end our online look with a piece of what I can only assume is satire. Sitting here in 2025, futurist sees internet as savior of democracy.
While marketers are busy trying to figure out how the individualized internet experience can best be used to advertise products and services, Howard Rheingold, the author of The Virtual Community, Homesteading on the Electronic Frontier, sees the internet and its millions of users as a basis to reignite public discourse in an age of media mergers that are reducing the diversity of mass media viewpoints. Quote, "We have a real opportunity here, and I don't think people understand that what is at stake might have to do with how to democratize the society that their kids will live in." End quote.
Yeah. Well, sir, let me introduce you to a little concept called analytics. And if you think diversity of viewpoints has been stifled now in 1994, just see what happens when there are 1 million viewpoints, but each individual only sees about 3 of them personally tailored to them.
Yes. The absolutely wonderful thing with everybody gets the internet that the algorithm wants them to get. Or that they have decided that they want to get because, validation of your opinions, regardless of how wrong they are, is a very, very powerful drug. So, yes, Mr. Rheingold is very, very hopeful here. And unfortunately, yes, hindsight is 2020. And
But I mean, that's not really to dunk on Mr. Rheingold, because there was such optimism about the internet, about World Wide Web from all bubbled up from computer scientists and laboratories, and from the beginning was free to all. And so it was going to provide access and information like nobody had ever seen. But what they didn't stop to think about is, when there's that much information, how does it get curated? And that's the trap. When there's too much information, then the way it gets curated is what becomes important. And there again, you are susceptible to the loudest monster screaming in the room. Paraphrase Andor.
Exactly. And what none of these articles, and this is kind of, I guess, the point I wanted to make, and the reason I organize them this way, while there's a ton of accurate foreshadowing of what is about to happen, and a lot of people are getting a lot of the ideas right, the one thing that was missing in all of this, and that appeared in none of the articles, was the idea that the internet service provider, or that the content provider, was going to be editing, or at least filtering the material by machine. None of them talked about this option. They're all seeing it in the view of the common framework at the time, which was, you go on a bulletin board and what you see the last message posted, or you go into a chat room and you see the last message posted. The idea that you would get something, the first message would be something from 8 hours ago, the next message is something from 20 minutes ago, and the next message is from 3 weeks ago, based off of what the algorithm thinks you want to see. That is not a future any one of these articles. I mean, I repeat it again. I went through 1,900 pages of stuff this month. So much of it was internet based, and not a single person conceived of this option.
Yeah, and they didn't conceive of the scale. I mean, even the .com companies. Let's not forget that Yahoo was founded to catalog the internet by hand.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea that it was going to explode the way that it did, the idea that so many people were going to be creating their own content, was just inconceivable at the time. Because we had never seen anything like this, and because we all came from a world where you had editors who decided what got published. And that meant that certain great things never got published or never got widely spread. But we also didn't appreciate how much utter freaking nonsense did get killed as a result. And how much better our society was for it. But yeah.
Well, I mean, this has happened. If they had, not to tangent too much, but if they'd had much of a grasp of history, they would have known this. Each mass communication technology led to massive upheaval. The printing press led to the Reformation and all the religious wars that followed it. The ability to create really cheap pamphlets led to the French Revolution. Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake, literally fake news.
Yeah.
She never said it, but all the pamphlets said it. And, the French censors, I mean, whether stuff should be censored or not is irrelevant. The French censors couldn't handle the sudden influx of information once everybody could print pamphlets in their basement. When before, you had to have expensive presses. Like every time there has been a communications revolution, it has led to chaos and upheaval. And if these people were paying attention to history, they shouldn't have been surprised that the information age was going to lead to the same thing. It wasn't going to lead to a golden age of equality. It was going to lead to chaos, just like every other mass communication technology has.
Yeah, but there's so much money to be earned. I mean, so much money to be earned. And that's the one constant through all of this. Everybody knows there's money in Demdar Hills, even if they don't quite know what the pathway to earning it is going to be, how many companies are actually going to get it. But, hey, the most likely scenario is if you're there first, your chances of getting the money go up.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
as in any good Ponzi scheme. The people that get in first are the ones that get the payout.
You are not incorrect, my good man. And so that's what they're going for. They're just going to jump in and hell or high water, and there's enough venture capital, especially at this point in time. The venture capital machine is going into overdrive like never before. And so, .com bubble. Here we go, baby. It started.
Indeed. It is on the way. But we are done with online news for this month. We'll have to catch up with that again next month. But that's all the online news we have for this month, Carl. So we'll have to pick up with that .com bubble forming next month. Instead, we now turn our attention to publishing news, where the UK magazine market collapses.
The UK's console market boom that peaked during Christmas of 1992 has turned to a bust, and the magazine market may be the canary in the coal mine. Magazines like Computer and Video Games, which was selling about 100,000 copies a month, has dropped to just 50,200. The circulation of Game Master, which once roared past 150,000, also dropped 28% to 65,527. Sega Mean Machine slumped 35% from 105,000 to 68,000. And in January 1993, the UK console magazine market was selling 1.5 million issues a month, but now the market is down to just 483,000. Some of this driven by an economic slump hurting kids' ability to buy new games. Part of it is anticipation of new consoles on the horizon, and part of it is a move to PC.
Yeah, it's that crash that almost was. I mean, I usually talk about that in the context of the American market, but there was very much the loss of that lucrative European revenue. Again, I keep beating on this, is a big part of why Sega is suddenly like, because boy, were they relying on that market, not just with the Mega Drive, but also with the Master System.
Exactly. And what we're also seeing is that move to DOS-based machines that happened several years earlier in the US is just now beginning to get going as the Amiga and the Atari ST have finally died in Europe. So you had a brief shift in the UK market, especially to a lesser extent in places like Spain, over to consoles. In Germany, the move over to DOS happened 90, 91, 92 was the big move there when people started abandoning the Amiga in large quantities. But now there is this feeling that, you know what, it's over. There's nothing big new coming out of the 16-bit generation. The Amiga magazines are also starting to diminish. We won't see the big culling for another year or so. That's when the One is going to disappear. Amiga Power is going to hold on for a while, and so forth. But yeah, it's finally happening. And it is what it is. But the PC market is actually the one that's really the resurgent one at this point.
Absolutely.
But that's also going to have an added benefit. It's one platform. So, CD-ROM, disk, blah, 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 but still it's one platform. It's going to also make it a little bit easier for retailers and so forth, no longer having to concentrate on multiple platforms at the same time.
Absolutely. That's all for the publishing business this month. Now we turn to legal news, where Atari and Sega bury the hatchets.
The year-old legal feud between Sega and Atari Corporation over several of its patents has finally ended with a settlement. Sega will receive access to use the patents in question in exchange for a $50 million licensing fee for the 7 remaining years on the patents, minus Atari's contingent attorney fees and costs. Sega will buy 4.7 million shares of Atari stock for $40 million, and each company will receive licenses to a specified number of games, and Atari will drop all claims against Sega.
Yeah, I mean, apparently on the Sega side, this was all one guy, their senior managing director, Takuzo Komai, who had helped launch their console business, and before that had been the main guy who launched Nintendo's video game business, their coin-op business. From what I've read, I mean, I don't have too much inside info on the Sega side, but from what I've read, he was basically the one guy that was like, no, guys, really, we can win this. We need to fight it. And he was wrong. He was very wrong.
He was bringing that Nintendo mentality over, wasn't he?
Yeah. And of course, this settlement is probably the only reason why there is still an Atari brand that owns all of the old IP today, because this created a situation where even though Atari was failing as a video game company, they were suddenly flush with cash. And I have no doubt that if it wasn't for this settlement, which made them attractive to JTS that bought them, I have no doubt that when Atari finally ran its course, it would have been just chopped up for parts. But because they had cash, they found a buyer for the whole kit and caboodle, a reverse merger. And then there were many corporate shenanigans after that. And for better or for worse, we still have an Atari brand today. But this was big for the Trammels getting all of this money.
Oh, yeah. No, this is a huge deal. I've talked about it in the past. I don't do it anymore, but I used to teach a class centered for business students in English class, and one of the big cornerstones was we spent an entire semester reading through annual reports, and 3 of the reports we looked at were the last 3 Atari Corporation reports. So 92, 93, and 94. So I know these reports like the back of my hand. And so, yes, the way that they report on this settlement is very interesting because of course, they try to hype up the aspect that they're going to be able to release Sega licensed titles on the Atari Jaguar. But the main thing is also that they have this chunk of cash that they can now use to keep the company going. But again, reference to my Leonard Trammell interview, and I do believe him when he says, the question was, what do we do? Do we spend this money to try to keep the Jaguar alive, even though it's clear it's not going to go anywhere? Or do we cut our losses and not waste this money? And that's exactly what happens. Just like you said, they're suddenly interesting for a reverse merger. According to him, his father was already on the board of what was it, JTS? Yeah, JTS. He was already on the board of JTS, so that was the connection there. And so it was just an issue of, we need to wrap this company up so we don't end up wasting this money. And so, yeah, that's going to be their last big hoorah. Now, I believe that they still had lawsuits running against other companies for use of these licenses, but I don't know the history of that off the top of my head. Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, they go for it. They got the money. They are supposed to make some Sega games. They never, as far as I know, released titles, probably because they never really got that far into development. And beyond Christmas of 94, there will be no significant Atari Corporation activity in this form.
Indeed. Turning our attention now to one of the leaders in the market, Nintendo sues TSMC.
Nintendo of America has filed suit in U.S. federal court in California against Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, or TSMC, the largest chip maker in Taiwan, as well as its wholly owned U.S. subsidiary, TSMC USA, Inc., for making counterfeit processor and ROM chips for both NES and Super NES hardware and software. The hardware chips have been found in counterfeit products in Colombia, Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, and counterfeit software and security chips made by TSMC have been found in Europe, Latin America, and Asia.
Yeah, piracy on console ain't easy, but it ain't impossible either, or on cartridge, I mean. But yeah.
Yeah. And now TSMC obviously is the company we know today as the leader in high-tech chips. Yeah. I mean, anybody who's been following the news in the year 2025 or 2024 knows, this is a key component in the whole Taiwan-China deal. And they
the Silicon Shield.
Exactly. But at this point, they're a manufacturer. And TSMC's US arm even said that they are only a manufacturer. They do not allow designs to be shared between clients because TSMC has also been doing chips for Nintendo, which is sort of one of the indirect complaints or one of the things that's being alleged is that, TSMC let somebody else see Nintendo's designs, and that's how the counterfeiting was happening. They're saying, no, we're a manufacturer. Everything is very closed off, shielded. And they have no way to verify if a client's orders violate anyone's intellectual property. They're saying, hey, they send us the thing, we print it, we don't know anything else. And what's an interesting side note here, and I knew part of this. So TSMC at this time is owned primarily by the Taiwanese government. That part I knew. And Philips. Mm-hmm. Now, this is I didn't do a deep dive on this, so any listeners out there, if you got more information on this, please correct me. But one of the big deals in this whole chip manufacturing is that while the chips are being made in Taiwan, the machines that make the chips are not made in Taiwan. They are made in Holland. And this is this weird thing where Holland is like the alpha and the omega of chip manufacturing worldwide, because they're the only ones who are making these super advanced machines that can make the chips. And so the fact that Philips owns a huge chunk of TSMC, I'm wondering whether or not there's a connection there. And I'm guessing there probably is, but like I said, I just have not done the deep dive in order to figure out the mechanics of that.
Yeah, same on both counts. It seems like there must be, but I've never actually looked.
Exactly. So it was just one of these little side notes in one of the articles and in one of the news briefs. And I was like, okay, there's probably an interesting story there. I just do not have enough time to go into it. So if anybody does know the history of that whole evolution and has really done the deep dive and you want to come on and talk about it, I would love to do a special on that, because that's the kind of stuff that just scratches my geek itch. So, okay, we'll move on now.
But this is only the latest suit that Nintendo has brought against a Taiwanese company, and they also experienced some success there this month as Nintendo wins in Taiwan court.
A court in Taiwan has found local company Chow Pao Toy guilty of illegally reproducing Nintendo software and has ordered them to pay 2.1 million new Taiwan dollars, or about $840,000.
It is at this time the center of that global piracy industry, really. Taiwan, even more so than Hong Kong, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Taiwan is in this weird little, I mean, they've got the advantage that they have strong economic ties with the West. They also have ties with China, and they can really be this in-between place for all sorts of gray product. So yeah, it's interesting. And also interesting that Nintendo is fighting on all these fronts. I mean, we've talked a lot in the past about Nintendo's fights in the US courts. And we've even talked a little bit about battles that they've had in Europe. But the fact that they're also running these lawsuits in several Asian countries just adds a slightly new element to it.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, returning to the United States, Ninth Circuit rebukes Apple.
Apple's $5.5 billion lawsuit against Microsoft and Hewlett-Packard, alleging that their GUI interface was copied illegally by its rivals, was dismissed by a trial court. A 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit has now ruled in a 3-0 decision that the lower court's ruling should be upheld and that the desktop metaphor was not protectable under copyright. The case had been running since 1988. The Ninth Circuit said that a GUI interface was like a video game and thus only deserving of limited protection for its visual appearance.
But look and feel, Carl. Look and feel.
Yeah, but international karate.
Indeed.
You didn't invent the idea of a desktop. Then there's only so many ways of representing it on a screen with pixels. So, no, sir, you get nothing.
Indeed. Very important landmark decision here.
Oh, yes. Extremely important. This opens up basically the GUI for everybody. Also important for Microsoft since Windows 95 is right around the corner. Now, the interesting note here on some of the details, Microsoft had a license from Apple to use elements of the Mac GUI that Apple gave them in exchange for the delay of an IBM version of one of Microsoft's programs and the right for Apple to some of Microsoft's software. So this goes back to the OG Mac. Now, this license could also be sub-licensed, which is how HP got the rights to make their Next Wave GUI. So yeah, this was all in the Associated Press article about this. It didn't make it, as far as I can tell, into standard newspaper articles that reprinted it, but this was from the original Associated Press release. And so, yeah, so as far as I can track this, when Microsoft was, and they only said a Microsoft program, I'm guessing they're talking about Excel. Or no, not Excel. No, yeah, it was Excel, because before Excel they had Multiplan. Yeah, but Excel was what they released for the original Mac. So they said that they were going to delay the IBM version of Excel, which tracks with how much later Excel came to DOS.
Yeah.
And to Windows. So basically, and let's face it, Excel as such, you wouldn't have been able to really put on a standard DOS machine back then anyway. So Apple probably thought they were getting something, but they really weren't getting anything. But Microsoft got this license, and they were able to then sub-license it to HP. And that is how Microsoft originally was saying that they could create these interfaces.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And finally, we finish off our legal news with George Foreman KO's Power Punch 2 in court.
American Softworks, publishers of the NES title Power Punch 2, have failed to stop the sale of Acclaim's George Foreman's KO Boxing. Both games were developed by Beam Software using the same game engine. American Softworks claimed that George Foreman's KO Boxing infringed its rights in Power Punch 2 and wanted an injunction against the sale of the game and part of Acclaim's profits from it, but the court dismissed their case.
Yep, that's welcome to the world of middleware. A game engine is not a game.
Exactly. And also, I mean, this is really rich coming from American Softworks, because Power Punch 2 is a game that is clearly trying to get people confused and thinking that it is a sequel to Punch-Out, which it is not, and it plays like shit, which George Foreman's KO Boxing wasn't any better. I mean, both of the games are fairly terrible. But the fact that they're suing over this is just like, come on, guys. Really? Seriously? No. Fun little bit there.
Turning our attention then at the end, as we always do, to some miscellaneous news, we return to Acclaim one more time as Acclaim mocap comes to the big screen.
We've talked before about Acclaim's big investment in motion capture technology and how they hope to have a step up on the competition in the coming 3D games revolution. But now it looks like they have gotten the attention of old media, as Warner plans to use their motion capture tech for VFX in the upcoming Batman Forever movie that Acclaim also has the tie-in game license to.
Yes.
They
the
actually
Batman
do
Forever
this.
tie-up. Yeah, I know.
They do this.
I know.
There's a digital Batman for one scene where he's leaping around a tower or something.
Holy Acclaim mocap sequence, Batman.
Yeah, I mean, for the time, it doesn't look terrible. I'll defend it in that regard. I mean, it's not as bad as it could have been, but it's Batman Forever, so really, does it matter? No, it's all good.
Meanwhile, you can also watch the future of computing on your TV.
PCTV Inc., the company that produces the Computer Chronicles, is expanding its offerings with more than 14 hours per week of programming on the Jones Computer Network TV programming block and U.S. public broadcaster PBS. Some of the shows that are going into production are PCT Business Computing, PCTV At Home, PCTV Computers 101, PCTV Users Group, and PC Superstore, in addition to the 12th season of Computer Chronicles. Yeah, I looked up some of these shows. There's very little footage of most of them, and the ones that are on there are pretty sad. I mean, these are very, very low rent shows. It's usually some guy pretending to talk to somebody off camera or whatever, and then testing out some software package and giving a review that clearly they either themselves don't understand or they are too nerdy to be able to communicate properly. I mean, one of the shows actually had a semi-professional comedian trying to do it, and they clearly don't know what they're talking about when they're reviewing the stuff. They're just reading a script. I don't know. None of this goes very far. It doesn't expand properly on Computer Chronicles. It doesn't have that depth, but it's an interesting attempt at something which a few years later CNET is going to do much, much better with their block of programming that airs on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Indeed. Then our next bit of news, a bit of a milestone here. Photoshop gets layered.
Adobe has announced that the upcoming 3.0 release of Photoshop will add layers.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, no, this is a huge one, and I wanted to include it just because that shift to layers, which, I mean, if you were a deluxe paint user on the Amiga, we basically had that since the mid 80s. But this, I mean, granted, we did it through sprites and characters known as paintbrushes. But still, this idea of full screen layers just completely changes the way that you process images. It's going to make it's going to allow amateurs to make very professional looking images very easily in ways that have never been possibly before on a regular home computer. And I think that it can't be understated, especially for the development of computer games, how big of a deal this is going to be. So it's very important that it's in here.
I agree totally. And finally, in movie news, Pulp Fiction wins Palme d'Or.
Yeah, I just had to include this one. So Quentin Tarantino's second film, Pulp Fiction, has won the coveted Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, but not without much backlash as the crowd booed him as he accepted the prize and objects were thrown at the screen during the film.
It's the beginning of the indie film movement.
Well, there's that, and also the controversy stems partially because as far as I understand it, Cannes has always one big filmmaker as sort of the president of the board or whatever each year, and it was Clint Eastwood this year. And the big favorite to win was I believe he's French filmmaker who had finished this trilogy of films, his color films. There's these three films. Is like something blue, something white, something red, or something. It's a series of movies, basically just people in a room talking. It's probably the most stereotypical French type of film imaginable. Supposedly very, very good. I've never seen any of them, so I'm not going to judge them on that account. But everybody wanted that guy to win because he finished his trilogy. And Clint Eastwood was like, dude, it's just people talking. Who cares? And so that pissed a lot of people off when he was like, no, this is the future of cinema. And so this is why Pulp Fiction got the nasty reaction that it got. And since I'm a huge Pulp Fiction fan, I just wanted to honor that as our closing story of the day.
Indeed.
And so I guess before we can go to the word of the episode, we do need to talk about the quote of the episode. And this was just too perfect. And this comes from the review for Wolfenstein 3D for the Jaguar from Edge Magazine. And they close their interview with the following. Wolf is nothing new, and there are better games available for the Jaguar, but it will always be fun. However, with titles like AVP and Doom promised soon, you'd have to be desperate to dash out and buy this. But of course, Jaguar owners are desperate. End quote. So,
delightful.
Yeah, I just thought that was a cute little line and needed to be highlighted in some fashion. So there you go. So like I said, there's one final duty you must perform as everybody's favorite co-host, and that is the word of the episode.
Yes, Carl. Well, this one again was a little bit of a hard one. We are in such a fragmented period when the old generation is falling, the new generation isn't quite here. The transitions from old forms of networks to new forms of networks, all of that stuff. So it's hard to come up with a word or a phrase, as I often do, that kind of encapsulates everything. But one that I think encapsulates a lot is content is king. Whether it's the CD duplicators or the pirators over in Hong Kong that are doing booming business, or EA investing in the next generation of CD games, or all of the retrospectives in Ad Week about how ads are coming and content is coming. It doesn't matter where you look. There is a sense out there, I think, that content is king.
You know what? That is extremely, extremely well put. And I can only agree. Content is going to be king at the end of the day, and that stickiness of the content will be what separates the people who are successful from those who are not. And yeah, very good. So, with that being said, this long journey is over. Remind everybody where they can find your fine work, sir.
As always, they create worlds.com. They create worlds as the podcast. They create worlds as the book. They create worlds as the toilet paper. And podcast.theycreateworlds.com is specifically where you can find the podcast twice a month, every month. We recently did an episode on some of the founders of some of Japan's most important coin-op companies like Konami and Capcom. And at the time of this recording, are soon to release the first of our multi-part look at Jordan Mechner, which we get deep into some of his journals that he's published, which provide some unique perspective you don't often get from these developers.
And you also announced that you're going to be doing the live stream based off of course, my favorite hardware company of all time, the history of Commodore.
That's right. That means this time, Carl, you have to stay for the full 9 hours of the stream, despite the time difference.
You know, when I was listening to the episode, because you didn't tell me ahead of time that was going to be the topic, and I'm listening to this going, the motherfucker, he knows what he just did to me. He knows. So yes, I will send my wife and my kids to my in-laws for the weekend, and then I'm just going to hunker down here with some coffee. Okay, good. Everybody, check that out, as well as, if you can, I know times are tough, you can support the show on Patreon, $1 a month. And other than that, please stay tuned. I know I've been very, very lax lately with getting the editing done, but there is a lot of interview material out there. If any of you really, really wants to sit through these and just cut out some of the oohs and ahs for me, I will gladly take you up on any volunteer offers that you may be willing to make. With that being said, everybody, have fun. Okay, we're done.